Superintendent Dr. Marie Fagans. Action News 5's Sydney Gray has more for us this morning.
Andrew, good morning. We know according to the school board's calendar, there is scheduled to be a superintendent evaluation planning meeting scheduled for later this afternoon. And we know that this is coming amid former board members voicing their concerns about the superintendent. Both Dr. Althea Green and Mauricio Calvo sent letters to the board and Dr. Fagans herself. Green was the former school board chair. She says, quote, "It was a mistake to hire Superintendent Fagans." And in Calvo's letter, he said, quote, "People are afraid to speak up because they're afraid of losing their job." Now, it comes after miscommunication to parents during recent school threats and hundreds of jobs being cut amid the district's restructuring. Now, there is some support for the superintendent. Denicia Fields is the director of operations at Memphis Lift. That's a parent advocacy organization. And she says the current board should really give Dr. Fagans more time to transform the district. She also says that Dr. Fagans is the change we need. Now, there are two meetings being held today. Of course, the evaluation planning meeting that is slated for 1 to 4 today. And then there's a special meeting at 4:30. Not many details released about what exactly will take place there. But of course, as we learn new information, we'll be sure to update you. I'm here downtown, Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
Appreciate it. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope. It is the world's largest and most powerful space telescope. Today marks the second anniversary of the Webb science operations, and what a better way than to celebrate some amazing images of the universe. Let's talk about that and much more with a NASA astrophysicist. I'm joined now by Dr. Mark Clampin. He's Director of Astrophysics at NASA. Mark, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really looking forward to this interview. I'm excited to hear about the James Webb Telescope. I've been following this for a while. I used to cover the NASA program when I worked down in Orlando, but I'm excited to see what kind of images. Tell me about this second anniversary and what it means for space, NASA, and everyone that's excited about this. Good morning.
Good morning. So we're really excited to unveil this second anniversary image from Webb. It's a very special subject for us. What you're seeing is two merging galaxies and Webb's special infrared sort of insights into what's going on here. So this object has long been known to astronomers as the penguin in the egg. And if you look at it, you can kind of see why. On the right, you see this sort of white egg-like structure, which is, a galaxy composed of very old stars. And on the right, you have this very strange looking structure that sort of resembles the shape and appearance of a penguin. And what's happening here is you're seeing two very large galaxies merging and combining. And the galaxy on the right, once upon a time, was a spiral galaxy, just like our own galaxy. But as it merges with this other galaxy, it's being torn apart by the gravitational forces. And as that happens, gas and stars are being pulled out of this spiral galaxy, and they then collide into each other and trigger more star formation. And that's why you see all these beautiful filaments in the right-hand image. This is a key and important step in the evolution of galaxies, and this is how we get supermassive galaxies, through these mergers of what are already very massive objects.
I loved looking at that. I appreciate you sharing that penguin and the egg image there.
Yes.
How old is that? You know, a lot of times for our audience out there, and we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk, a lot of time these images are very, very old because it's so far away. Is that the case here, or is it closer?
So the particular object we're looking at is about 300 million light years from our solar system. And this merger has been going on, we think, for probably around 75 million years. So you're seeing kind of a sort of a key point in the sort of cataclysm is the merger of these two objects, but it will go on for much longer.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Mark. Let's talk about the James Webb Telescope in general. I mean, it's been 2 years now.
Yeah.
It's revolutionized our universe. Tell us some of the revolutionary findings that have happened so far in these 2 years.
So Webb has been doing science across a very broad range of different astrophysics problems. But the reason we built Webb was to really try to study the very first galaxies that formed in the universe and understand what happened all the way back to that very beginning as the first galaxies started to form. And we've been able to see back to that era with the James Webb Space Telescope. So we're seeing galaxies that are 300 million years after the Big Bang, and we're finding a lot of surprises. So Webb's telling us that these galaxies are much bigger, massive, and brighter than we had expected from our theory and our models. So as we go forward, Webb is going to help us understand exactly what's going on here. Why are these galaxies getting so big so quickly? Is it black holes, or is it some other physical process at work? We've also been able to start to really understand how stars are born as well. So we're able with Webb to look inside dust clouds. You remember these beautiful dust clouds that have been observed with Hubble. With Webb's infrared vision, we can actually see inside these dust clouds and actually study the stars that are being born in these clouds. And that's very important because there are so many in there. We can study and follow the evolution and birth of these stars from very young ones to ones that already have planetary systems. And that's a key part of understanding where our own planetary system originally came from as well. And then I think that for me, one of the really exciting things is that for the very first time, we can start to study the chemistry of the atmospheres of planets around other stars outside our own solar system and see how that compares to what we know about our own solar system.
It's fascinating stuff. I mean, in addition to some incredible images and some incredible video that you're sharing with us, Mark, the kind of science that's developed and that's studied with the James Webb Telescope is incredibly fascinating to me. Is there a hope that we learn something maybe more profound in the lifetime of this telescope?
Absolutely. I think as we put together the pieces of what happened at the very beginning of the formation of galaxies in the universe, that really will tell us how the universe started and how galaxies first formed. And right now, we still have a lot of gaps. We don't really understand what's going on there. And Webb is really providing us with these new insights that will give us what I think is very, very profound view of what happened at the beginning as these first galaxies formed. It's also going to allow us to really understand the range of planets around other stars in our own solar system. We already know there's something like 5,000 planets around other stars that we've been able to confirm. And for the very first time with Webb, we can actually start to make a very serious study of a large number of these. And that then allows us to really understand more about how our own solar system formed and basically how you get habitable planets that life could have formed on.
I love looking at those images right there, Mark. And, I'm curious because, science at times and scientists can be pretty entrenched in what they believe. Since the James Webb Telescope was launched, has there been a change in any theories or anything that's been thought of one way, but the James Webb Telescope made us think another way?
I think again, coming back to the very early stages of the birth of the universe, we certainly had a picture of what we thought was happening, and the first Webb observations are telling us that there are clearly gaps in our understanding, and that we have to make more observations with Webb to really piece together exactly what's going on there and how these first galaxies formed and evolved. So it's really creating, I think, new mysteries that we can solve with this telescope as we make more observations.
How long is the tenure, the lifetime of a James Webb Telescope? And I understand it's working kind of in conjunction with other telescopes to explore the universe, right? Tell me about that.
Yeah. So Webb is 1 million miles from Earth, and it uses propellant to stay in the orbit that it's in. So we estimate right now that it will stay there, be able to stay there and maintain its orbit for about 20 years. It also works in partnership with other NASA missions. So the Hubble Space Telescope observes in the visible, and other telescopes like Chandra observe in the X-rays. So a good example of how we put stories together and really understand what's going on. One of these very first galaxies that we've been studying with the Webb telescope has been found by Chandra to be emitting X-rays that are consistent with a black hole at the center of this galaxy. So that's telling us more about the puzzle of what's going on there. So these telescopes all work in concert to provide different pieces of a puzzle and help us understand as a whole what's going on when we look at a particular problem.
Fantastic. I really enjoy this conversation, Mark. I could talk to you all day about this stuff. I find it exciting and fascinating. Is there anything else you want to mention to our audience that maybe you haven't mentioned yet about this anniversary, James Webb Telescope, what to expect in the future? Anything else?
I think a couple of things. So one thing I'll say is, somebody asked me a few days ago, do you ever get tired of looking at these images? And I think it's fair to say I certainly don't. Every time I see a new image from Webb, I'm just blown away. And I think that's really something that all of the people using Webb data, all of our astrophysics community feel when they look at their Webb data that's just been downloaded. They're always both shocked, surprised, amazed, and usually spend a lot of time just looking at the images before they actually think about what they have to do with them. So it continues to really shock us and provide wonder at what's going on out there in the universe. The other thing I would just say is I really encourage people to go to the nasa.gov/web site and take a look at some of the other images. And we have lots of data there that you can look at, was taken by Webb, and there's very detailed explanations of the science that's being done with those images.
He is the Director of Astrophysics with NASA, Dr. Mark Clampin, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about these new breathtaking images from the James Webb Telescope. Mark, thank you so very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations on all the success of the telescope, and we look forward to having you and some of your colleagues on in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
about the safest vehicles for this summer. Perhaps you have a teen that's getting ready to drive or is driving right now. You want the very best, safest car for them. And how do you find it? Well, let's bring in someone that can maybe give us some pointers with that. I'm joined now by Brian Moody, Executive Director of Kelley Blue Book. Brian, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. I was actually on your site last night looking up the value of my car. It's a great site. I love it. But let's focus on this summer and some of the safest vehicles out there for the family and for the teens. What's kind of the number one thing we should all be looking for when we want that safe car?
Well, the first thing is when you're looking for a car for a kid or a teen, maybe even a first-time driver, the kind of car they want might not be the best car for them. So you have to kind of compromise a little bit. You don't want high-performance cars, and you don't want something that sits high off the ground. There are some exceptions, of course. Some kids have grown up in a rural environment. They've driven tractors and lots of stuff. They can handle all that. But for the average kid, high off the ground is a no-no. Big, high horsepower cars, that's also a no-no. And by the way, those things can affect your insurance rate. What you want is a good, safe car that's reasonably reliable, that has certain features from the factory. So you want airbags, of course. You want side head curtain airbags that protects your head in case of a side collision. You want traction control, and you want stability control. You can opt for a parking camera, but that's not necessary because you can always add that later. So don't get caught up in finding a car that has a parking camera from the factory. You can always add that to a car later, and it's not that much money.
Do you think a car would be the best option for some of those teens out there, or do you think maybe a small SUV? What do you think?
A small SUV could be okay if it's relatively low to the ground, say something like a Honda CR-V, something like that. Cars are best. What's interesting is a lot of kids have been telling me they prefer cars because being high off the ground makes it difficult for them to judge their surroundings. And a lot of kids have also been saying, well, I don't want an SUV. That's what my parents drove. That kind of thing happens from generation to generation. Think about what we didn't want. We didn't want station wagons. So cars are a good place to start. Cars, sedans especially, are also affordable because they're not in super high demand. All those safety features I just mentioned, all of those features, you can find that on a car for less than $10,000.
Good deal. That's a good piece of advice. What about the safest vehicles for families out there? Summer road trips underway here. The best and safest car for that family?
Yeah, if you look at the government crash test ratings, which is the NHTSA.gov, that's the place where they publish their crash test results. You want a car that's a 4 or 5 stars at least, and then there'll be little notes in there. Sometimes they test a car that has optional equipment, so you want to look for that if you're buying a new car. Typically, the brands that perform quite well are brands like Kia, Hyundai, and Genesis. Toyota does quite well. Honda and Acura do quite well. Look for those cars, and look for model by model, though. Look for a high crash test score. If you really want to get extra information, you can go to a website that's iihs.org, and they have a little bit different of a safety rating system, but they still give you crash test ratings, and they rate everything from the strength of the headlights to the safety equipment, how the airbags work, all that kind of stuff.
Are there maybe some common mistakes out there that some families make, just real easy mistakes to avoid?
Yeah, one of them is assuming that, any old car will do. And, well, they're going to have to earn the money to save up, and they're going to get a $1,500 car. That's not necessarily the case anymore. That used to be fine, because if you think about safety technology from, say, the 60s to the 90s, it didn't change that much. Maybe there was some better equipment, better seatbelts, but from the 2000s to now, in those 20 years, a lot of things have changed. Anti-lock brakes is one. Airbags is another. And the other thing is, always go on to the government website, the same thing that I just mentioned, which is nhtsa.org or .gov, and look to see if your car that you're considering buying has any open recalls. Of course, everyone's talked about the Takata airbag story. There's lots of cars out there that have been unrepaired, and that's very dangerous. If you have one that's been repaired, it's going to be okay. But make sure before you buy a car, there are no open recalls, and especially with the airbag. So people oftentimes look after they have the car. Well, there's a reason why it wasn't addressed to begin with. I wouldn't want to find that out when I'm the person who's the owner of the car. I would do all that work beforehand, and that would help me inform me about which car I'm going to buy.
This has been very informative, Brian. I appreciate you dropping some of this knowledge here with us on the Digital Desk.
Sure.
I leave the last question open to you. Anything else you feels important to the thousands of people that are watching us right now that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, I think one thing that's worth considering is just because you don't have a lot of money to spend doesn't mean that you can't find a safe car. I purchased a car recently from one of my kids, and it had all the features I just said, and it was $6,000. Now, it wasn't beautiful. It wasn't a hot rod or a sports car, but it had the basic safety features. And don't be worried about having to get a new car. Of course, the newer car you get, the more standard equipment it's going to have. But you can go back a few years, 2008, 2009, 2006, and find a car that has all the safety features that I just mentioned for a reasonable price and with reasonable miles too.
All right, Brian Moody, Kelley Blue Book Executive Director. Appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so very much. Very optimistic too. I mean, $6,000 for a great, safe car for your teen. Fantastic news, especially in light of what we've seen with used car prices over the last several years. That gives us all hope who have kids driving, among other things. Brian, thanks. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm joined now by Reef Faberman, the Trust for America's Health Director of Strategic Communications and Policy Research. Good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about this new report that I'm hearing about epidemics of alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths. And give me the facts and the findings that surround this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is an annual report that Trust for America Health does, and we track the number of deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide, both at the national level and at the state level. And there's some good news at both of those levels, although the number of deaths over the last 2 decades has really increased at very alarming rates. We're up 142% in these deaths, alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths over the last 2 decades. So we have a lot of work to do. But for the very latest data, which is for 2022, there is a glimmer of some good news. Nationally, alcohol drugs are down 6%. And in Tennessee, these deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide are down across the board. Your alcohol deaths are down 2%, your drug overdose deaths are down 1%, and your suicide deaths are down 2%. So that's good news. However, we also need to remember that even with these reductions, over 6,400 people have died in Tennessee in 2022 from substance abuse or suicide.
How much is this related to the pandemic? I mean, I know we've been out of the pandemic now, but how much is it related to that?
Yeah, it's a good question because there is data that suggests that when we were able to come out of the pandemic, the public health emergency ended, people were able to get back to a more normal routine, going to an office, going to work, being able to socialize, going out to restaurants, etc., that helped people's sense of social isolation, any loneliness, because we did see very high increases, double-digit increases in alcohol and suicide deaths in 2020 and 2021. Now we see kind of a leveling off in 2022. So the end of the pandemic probably did impact these numbers.
So we have these numbers. They're extremely high, even though they aren't as high as they have been in the past. They are still extremely high. How do we bring it down?
Yeah, it's important to remember that even though we have seen a leveling off, the numbers across the last 2 decades are just astronomically high. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to invest in prevention programs and in the community conditions that allow people to thrive. We need to invest in harm reduction programs, things like readily available naloxone. Naloxone is a overdose reversal drug medication, and that needs to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl test strips need to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl is the largest driver of drug overdose. We also need to ensure that we have a mental health system in this country and a substance abuse prevention system that is large enough to meet all the need and that has the diversity and the language skills and the understanding of individual community culture to allow it to be really welcoming to anyone who needs help and effective for anyone who needs help.
What else can we talk about with regards to this study? And, you know, we've addressed this problem, this issue. It's still a mess when it comes to our area of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. What else can we talk about with solutions here?
Yeah, I would again point to the importance of a mental health services system that is as large as the scope of the problem. Many Americans, 53% of Americans, live in mental health workforce shortage areas, which means that if a person needs some kind of mental health services or substance abuse prevention services, they're likely put on a waiting list and they have to wait until they can get the services they need. That's something that really needs to be addressed. We also need to invest in prevention programs in schools. Schools are such a natural place to be able to help kids, to understand who needs help and the kind of help they need. So prevention programs in school, programs that teach coping skills and teach resilience, also very important.
Okay, Ms. Farberman, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time and really just kind of analyzing this latest study that shows some progression, but still we got a long, long way to go. Thank you. A little bit about pickleball. We've talked about how it is the fastest growing sport in the U.S. right now. There has been a report released, 36.5 million people have played pickleball at least once in the last year. That's 14% of the adult population. But here's the thing, with all these people playing pickleball, and some of those games and some of those matches are very competitive. I've seen it firsthand. There are injuries associated with pickleball. In fact, Memphis's own Campbell Clinic just released the first and only study of its kind talking about the most common injuries when it comes to pickleball. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit about this recent study. I have the pleasure now to have Dr. Fred Azar, Chief of Staff of Campbell Clinic, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Azar, always good to see you. How are things at Campbell Clinic? Good morning.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me. Everything's
Appreciate
great.
you being here. So let's talk about this first of its kind study that really kind of dives deep into some of the most common injuries associated with pickleball.
So we noticed a few years ago that we had some patients coming in with these pickleball injuries, and there was a little bit of a pattern. People in their 50s, 60s, and 70s were coming in with injuries, and we felt like there was a need to make them aware that these injuries could happen playing pickleball. So we looked around the literature, and there was really not much in the literature to educate our patients. So we decided to do this study. We wanted to, first of all, review the literature to see what was out there. And secondly, we launched a survey so we could get our patients to participate in this survey to give us information that we could provide broadly. So we published this study. It's not published yet, but it's been accepted for publication. It'll be out soon. It's got information on raising the awareness of pickleball injuries, review the literature, and also we've included our survey with some information there on some recommendations on how to avoid injuries.
So let's talk about some of the most common injuries that you saw in this study when it came to pickleball.
So we found that we've so far have over 500 participants. This is our survey, not the raw literature, but it's pretty much in sync with what's out there in the literature. About 55% were women, 45% men, and 2/3 were more than 55 years of age. The majority of injuries are soft tissue injuries, meniscal tears, tendonitis like Achilles tendonitis or rotator cuff tendonitis, back strains, ankle sprains are pretty common. About 40% were fractures, the most common being wrist fractures from falls, usually backwards when attempting to go back to make a shot.
Got it. Are there maybe some best practices? We have so many people that love pickleball. Are there maybe some best practices out there to try and prevent some of these injuries, doctor?
Certainly, the number one thing is awareness you can get hurt. This is a sport that's relatively new, just raising the awareness for that. Certainly warming up is really important. You want to be able to warm up and cool down properly, just like you do with any sport. You need proper equipment, so shoe wear is really important. Running shoes aren't great for it. A tennis shoe is better, some more low-profile shoe. Some people want to brace a knee or an ankle if they've got an ailment. That's important to do. And also really moderation and cross-training. It's not great to play this sport 5 days a week, 3 hours at a time. You're going to come in with some overuse injury. Hydration is really important too. We actually found that, and I don't mean alcohol, we found that 6% of participants, at least in our survey, were consuming alcohol while playing the sport. So it's really important to think about hydrating, but not in that respect. It's a pretty social sport, but hydrating without alcohol is a pretty good way to go. And then really play to your level. Don't try and play somebody who's going to be a lot tougher than you competition-wise. Play to your level. Listen to your body. So if you think you've got something brewing, step aside and let somebody else play.
Alcohol during pickleball, that sounds crazy and scary and something that no one should be able to do. I mean, because
it's not like golf.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there. I mean, where I work out at my gym, there are pickleball courts, and they're always packed, and there are some fierce games. And in your part of the Memphis Mid-South area, I mean, you've seen all these pickleball courts going up everywhere. I mean, it is growing fast across the country and here in the U.S. Some people think it's an older person's sport, but I'm seeing everybody, young, old, all demographics playing this sport. Anything else you'd like to share, Dr. Azar, about this to maybe kind of minimize anyone getting hurt?
Well, you're right. It started out as an older person sport, but now everybody's playing it. I think that the important thing for us is to bring awareness to patients and people that are playing the sport that you can become injured. And raising that awareness we think is really important. And then giving some information on how we can do to prevent injuries. That's what we're all about, injury prevention. And people that want to participate in our survey, go to camelclinic.com. You can click on the link to the survey. We're trying to get more information out there so we can build a survey and we can advance the knowledge of this sports to all people who are participating in it.
Okay, so 500 participants, a part of this study, and you said, is it posted right now on camelclinic.com so our viewers can see for themselves?
The survey is available. The publication will be out soon, and we'll have that link too. But we want people to participate in the survey. Again, we've got over 500 people so far. We want to add to that survey.
Got it. All right, Dr. Fred Azar, Campbell Clinic Chief of Staff. Really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Feel free to come on any other time to keep us up to date on whatever's happening, pickleball or not. Thanks so very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm looking forward to this next interview because I found it so timely with what we are dealing with now, with a ramp up to a big contentious presidential election in November. Some of the rhetoric is very much over the top. It's very heated. It's very partisan. And oftentimes there are just situations where people get very upset at the other side. They get very frustrated. They get very triggered, and they want to cancel, and among other things, or sometimes even worse. Well, there are ways to disagree without disrespect. There are ways to do things that are not so volatile, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. There, in fact, is a book that is titled Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. The author of that book is joining me now, Philip Blackett. He is the author joining us on the digital desk. Philip, good to have you on the digital desk. So tell me some of the reasons behind writing a book like this.
Well, good morning, Andrew. Thankful to be here with you. And I think to answer your question, a lot of times when we're going through our most important relationships, we're going to come across people that we don't agree with on everything, right? You think about family, friends, people you work as far as colleagues are concerned, people in your neighborhood. And so essentially what came off was, for me, what started as a 4th of July family encounter where my sister and I were talking about an issue that we were on opposite sides of the spectrum on. My mother jumps in to paraphrase, says, we're not going to get involved with this debate here because I'm not trying to see fireworks before the actual fireworks later on tonight. Where at that moment, while I appreciate her intent to preserve the peace between my sister and I, the impact of it was essentially a lost opportunity because my sister and I don't see each other often. And I think in a world of social media, text messages, smartphones, some conversations are better to be had in person, face to face, than others. But the fear of having a disagreement, though, has a lot of people, myself and my family included, not even broaching that subject. So what came off to my mind was, if that was the case for me, and that's not even talking about politics, money, or religion, but just any distance or difference of opinion on any issue that could run the risk of you getting cursed out on social media, the cold shoulder from family members, or even unfollowed or canceled or unfriended. What can we come up with a framework that's simple to apply, that anybody can apply in their own relationships? And that's what came off this 5-step framework I did in my book, Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate with Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You.
I love it, and given the course of where we are, not only you mentioned not only the political climate, which is so heated right now, but also just everyday things, whether it's sports, whether it's how to raise your child, what have you. People get very upset when others just don't disagree, and I'm from a generation where it's it's okay to disagree. It's okay to be respectful and disagree. So I appreciate your book taking us back to those times. You have in that book a 5-step framework for practical applications. Tell me more about that.
Sure. So I think when you think about it, there's 5 steps to go about this. The first step is we should separate the idea or belief from the identity of the believer. The reason why that's important, Andrew, is the thought of depending on the issue at hand, the person you talk to, that issue you talk about, that person may be so intertwined with what that is that it becomes essentially who he or she is. And so to criticize that idea comes off as criticizing that person or hating that person, which is very easy for them to get defensive, raise their wall up, be more aggressive towards you, and maybe even name call, where now the debate is no longer debate, it's now gotten personal. Step number
Right.
2.
I was gonna let me jump in for a second. So how do you bring down the temperature of that? If someone says, "Well, I disagree with this," and the person that you're disagreeing with says, "Hey, that's who I am," how do you bring down the temperature of that?
So we have to acknowledge that, there's a lot of ideas that we are very tied to that mean a lot to us. And that's not a bad thing. What is important, though, is being able to underscore that we're talking about the idea at hand. And this gets into step 2, I would say, where 2 things could be true. I can disagree with your idea, Andrew, and I can still respect and love you as my friend. So something that I was taught in church when I was growing up in Memphis was hate the sin, love the sinner. So it could be a place where I can disagree with an idea, but be very clear to the person that my love for you is not contingent on whether or not we agree. We can still talk to one another, be friends, have fun, work together, even if we disagree. Because I would think to myself, there's a lot of relationships, especially marriages out there, that have gone the distance 5, 10, 20, 50 years down the line. And those people didn't agree on everything, but yet they're still together. So what can we learn from that and apply to our relationships with people that we aren't married to?
So you grew up in Memphis, huh?
I grew up in Memphis. I was raised by my mother and my grandparents. We used to watch Action News 5 with my grandparents every night at 5 o'clock and 10 o'clock if my grandmother would let me. So this is definitely a personal thing to be able to share this with you.
Fantastic. Okay, good stuff. Appreciate that. So take me through. So we got that step. What's the next one?
So step number 3, when you set the groundwork, the stage where we can actually have a talk on the actual issue at hand, we're not getting personal, we're not going to demean anybody. Let's discuss and debate the idea at hand based on its merits. And what do I mean by that? We're talking about including facts, logic, research, reviews, performance, results. Try to make this as objective of a comparison or debate as possible. What we don't want to get involved with, Andrew, is name calling. Because once you get involved with calling people outside of their given name, it's no longer a debate. It's now gotten personal and borderline ugly. We don't want to go into that sort of realm, but we want to keep it on a apples to apples comparison of the issue at hand.
I love that. I know we have 3 more points. We're running out of time, so I'll let you get to those 3 points.
Yep. So there's actually 2 last points. So basically, at the end of the debate, let's do what we did when we were, playing sports as a young person. At the end of the game, win or lose, what did we do? We shook hands and said, "Good game." Good sportsmanship was appreciated back then when we were playing sports as a young person. Good sportsmanship is appreciated now when we're adults having these type of debates, because no one likes a sore winner. No one likes a sore loser. But more importantly, step number 5, appreciate the person afterwards. keep the door open for continued conversation, because hopefully the relationship between you two is more important than who's right or who's wrong.
You know, it sounds like common sense. I mean, it sounds great. And it's a breath of fresh air to hear you, Philip, talk about that. And I really hope that this book, just resonates with so many people out there. Of course, we have thousands of people watching us here in the Memphis and Mid-South area. Where can people pick up your book? And are you going to be around town anytime to do some signings?
So I would say the best place to find it is on Amazon. So you can look up the book titled Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate with Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. Or you can look it up by my name, Philip Blackett, PhilipBlackett. And I still have family in Memphis. Don't have plans in the near future, but would like to go sometime soon to be able to visit. But yeah, Amazon's the best place to go to find my books, or to go on my website, philipblackett.com.
Before I let you go, Philip, was there anything that surprised you putting this book together?
I think the timing, because, when I was growing up in Memphis politics, there's always disagreement. I think what's surprising now is that with social media, with the news cycle the way it is now compared to 30 years ago, disagreements are much more volatile and they're much more personal. And so I think for me, the timing of the book, where it primarily was supposed to help me, I realized was just a greater need for a lot of people beyond just myself.
He is Philip Blackett, and he has written a new book that everybody should at least check out and read a little bit. Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. Really appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good luck, congratulations as you talk to others about that 5-step way, that 5-step framework for practical solutions, so that we really respect everyone, even though we disagree. For me, it's not a problem. It's not an issue. I do this all the time. But for so many others, it's so hard to do. And I really hope it resonates with so many others out there. Thank you so much for writing it, Philip, and best of luck to you.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend if you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain. Same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions, really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days, 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday, so nice day out there. Again, more fall-like with that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast. We'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning, so definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
We are talking with someone within the Methodist Transplant Institute who donated one of her kidneys to a stranger about 7 years ago. I'm joined now by Joanne Morris. She is someone who did this within the transplant unit. She's a dietitian at Methodist. Joanne, good morning. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Tell me about your journey. How did we get to this point?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me and letting me share a little bit about my story in organ donation. So I've been a dietitian at Methodist here for 11 years, and it was never on my bucket list or something to do to give away a kidney to a stranger, but working with patients day in and day out in our transplant clinic, I just felt like I was better educated and aware about the critical need of needing more living donors, and then also seeing the joy of people receiving their kidneys. And I just felt called by God, this is something that I needed to do.
That is amazing, and it's an incredible selfless act. I appreciate you sharing your story with us. And so was it just working day in and day out at the Transplant Institute where you just felt called to give your kidney to a stranger?
Yes, so I mean, definitely pulls on the heartstrings to see people suffering, because kidney disease is something that affects your quality of life day in and day out. And not all conditions and diseases have treatments like kidney disease does. I mean, there is kidney transplant, so that definitely improves somebody's quality of life. I was very fortunate that I did not have a direct family member or friend who needed my kidney, but I have learned kidneys do not care where they go, and I didn't care either. And it was just important to me that somebody improve their life and get off of dialysis.
Wow. Okay. So tell us about the recovery process, because I think a lot of people would be very intimidated with the idea of being healthy and then deciding to give a kidney to someone who they don't know, and that whole process. What's the recovery, and what was the recovery like for you?
Right. So my surgery and recovery went very much textbook like the team told me it would. They told me it would take 4 to 6 weeks to completely recover, and it did. I was in the hospital 3 days, went home to my family who helped take care of me. And other than, of course, the incisional pain, I had no other major complications, and that was pretty much gone by 2 weeks. So other than just taking a short pause on my life for about 6 weeks, it didn't negatively impact my life at all.
That's incredible, Joan. Tell me a little bit more about how and if your quality of life has changed.
Right. So before donating, I was working active, a mother, and I was able to continue doing those things. I came back to work here at the transplant clinic 5 weeks after my donation, and then we wanted to extend our family, which we were able to do. And I gave birth to a little beautiful girl about a year after I donated. I love to hike the national parks, and I go hiking and working and enjoy all my same passions. So it did not have any negative impacts on my quality of life whatsoever.
And there are a lot of people that are on the list right now looking for a kidney donor, right? Can you talk a little bit about that and how people are on dialysis and they need a donor right away?
Right. So living donation is the best option. It gives you so many more years of quality of life, 15 to 25 years from a living donor kidney, which is amazing to think that you can give somebody an extra 25 years of those big milestones and small moments with their families. Dialysis, of course, is a great way to maintain your life till a transplant, but it's not optimal quality of life. And so that's where living donors and deceased donors can come in to kind of bridge the gap.
What do you wish everyone knew about organ donation? Maybe some misconceptions out there.
Right. So some misconceptions is you don't have to know you're a recipient. Kidneys do not care where they go. Number two, you don't have to be in perfect health. I've definitely, working with the transplant team for the last 11 years, we take donor safety as a top priority. And I fully trusted them with my own donation evaluation that they would have never pushed me through if I wasn't a great candidate. So you don't have to be in perfect health. Don't rule yourself out. You also don't have to be a remarkable or completely inspirational person. You can just be a regular person like me to do this. And it's been one of the most joyful things I've ever done. And I don't ever have any regrets with my donation.
You said you're a mother, and how many kids do you have, if you don't mind me asking? And you mentioned that you had a kid after you gave your kidney, right?
I did. So when I donated, I had a 2-year-old beautiful boy who is going to be 10 this summer. And then it was definitely important to me and my husband that we wanted to still extend our family after I donated. So for donor safety, most transplant teams ask mothers consider waiting 6 months to a year after donating to have another child. And then I gave birth to my beautiful little girl about a year after I donated.
Wow. Okay. Is there a place where someone can go online and just kind of learn more about, not just your story, just the whole process?
Correct. So you, of course, can learn at our Methodist Hospital University website. And then you can go to thebigaskbiggive.com or the National Kidney Foundation. There's so many good quality resources that patients can learn about living and deceased donation. So especially if you're feeling called to do that, educate yourself. Don't rule yourself out. You can fill out a questionnaire online, and then a nurse coordinator will call you to ask you more questions.
Anything else you want to say, Joan? You are quite the inspiration this morning.
Well, this wasn't my life plan to do this. I'm very grateful I was able to do it. There's such a high need of people to be living donors and deceased donors, and it's not as overwhelming as sometimes the misconception is. It's had no negative impacts on my life, and it's a beautiful thing just to give to really help somebody. So especially if you enjoy giving, it's a beautiful, valuable thing to do to help your community.
Joan Morris, we appreciate you, dietitian at the Methodist Transplant Institute, also donated your kidney to a total stranger there. I appreciate you telling us this story, and thank you for really kind of shedding a light on not just your story, but the whole process of donating a kidney, being perfectly healthy before and after. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
We got the kids back in school. They're starting to learn stuff, and parents and grandparents everywhere are rejoicing. Yay, they're back in school. Good. What about their health when they're out on the competition field, when they are competing with others? You want them to do as best as possible. You want them to be great and achieve greatness. But what about the safety and the health of your student athlete, okay? Especially with the heat that we all see here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Let's bring in someone to talk more about it right now. I'm joined by Kyle Lubrano. She is a member of Players Health. It's a sports insurance company joining us on the digital desk. Kyle, thanks so much for joining us here. So where do parents, student athletes, where do they make the biggest mistake when it comes to staying healthy during their competitions? Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so a couple things. The first one would be, I think we don't acclimate the athletes back into the activity, right? So, they've probably been indoors a little bit trying to beat the heat. They've been in pools, and so we kind of throw them back out on the field and expect them to go full force right away. And so, really, we want them to start off with some, shorter sessions, speaking, particularly around the coaching aspect and kind of acclimating them right back into it in terms of, maybe shorter sessions to start with, not if they're, if we're talking about football in particular, doing, no equipment to start, shorter sessions leading into larger sessions as they get acclimated. It can take up to 2 weeks to be fully acclimated to the heat. So in preparation for that, parents can really start to get their kids outdoors, maybe go out, depending on what sport. If it's soccer, kick around with them. If it's running, obviously they're going to want to have been running leading up to the preseason.
Great. Great. That is a great point. And, it gets so hot here in Memphis and the Mid-South, especially this time of year in the month of August and even in parts of September. And I guess when it comes to hydrating, that's something you need to be cognizant of no matter what, right?
Yes, yeah. So as we send them back out into the heat, they should be hydrating frequently. So making sure that they have their water bottle with ice, and sometimes, depending on how hot it is and how long the session is going to be, making sure they have 2 water bottles. It should be where the coaches know that the heat is going to, make them need to take water breaks more often. So every 20 minutes or so, there should be a water break. And, as a parent, I often have the discussion with my child. If you really feel like you need to take a break to get water, just, excuse yourself really quickly, go get it. We really shouldn't be denying water. And then before and after, right? So the day before, we're making sure that they are hydrating enough. And then after, and obviously this is probably more for more elite sports or high school sports like football, weighing yourself before and after. Obviously, we're not going to have our 7 and 8-year-olds weighing themselves, but before weighing yourself before and after to see how much fluid you've actually lost, and then making sure that we're replacing that.
Yeah, no, that's all great advice. I mean, both my kids played youth sports. They're now in college, and so staying hydrated, acclimating the right way. Are there signs that parents and grandparents should watch for when their kid perhaps gets in trouble?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's a difference obviously between dehydration and heat stroke, and both are obviously very serious and lead to further complications if that are, if they're not dealt with. So, hydrating won't necessarily, prevent heat stroke. Heat stroke is when the core temperature of the body gets too high, and we need to start to cool that down. But there's signs, and one being, obviously if the child is younger, they may be a little bit more irritable. They could have symptoms kind of resembling the flu, where they are dizzy, lethargic. They could be pale. They could be excessively sweating, vomiting. And so just really being diligent around noticing those things with your child, and listen to them if they're telling you that, they don't feel well. Obviously, we don't want to send them back out into the field if we're, doing, 2-a-days, 2 sessions a day. Just making sure that we are, listening and watching for those signs is key.
No question. And, a lot of times they'll come home, especially in those first few practices where they're going to be a little bit sore, they're going to be a little bit more tired. Anything else that we should be watching for just to ensure that they're on the right path, that it's no big deal and they should continue to go to practice?
Yeah, and obviously, I think depending on the age, some kids will want to get out of practice, but I would say, just watching, making sure that they are taking care of themselves, right? I think this is one thing that, we're a little bit more educated in this area. We're not in the 1980s and the 1990s where we just say, you just go out and do whatever you can, eat whatever in between. We really need to be making sure that we're developing the whole athlete, right? And so that means not only doing your job on the field, but off the field, right? And so they should be not only hydrating, eating well, eating, foods like fruits and vegetables that have a lot of water in them. And then also just, making sure that they're getting enough rest in between, and making sure that, if they are out in the sun in an outdoor sport, that in between sessions, they are, resting inside in the air conditioning, or if they don't have access to inside, sitting in the shade, just not overexerting themselves. And then sleeping at night, making sure that they are getting their rest. And that's where our bodies recover and repair muscle deterioration. So I think, just also paying attention to what your child is telling you, and just generally their appetite to go out for more. I think one thing that we really need to be worried about is the biggest risk factor is really just those that are super excited to please us. And so they're over motivated, and that is probably the biggest risk factor in this, that they're going to overdo it, right? We wouldn't send somebody out to run a marathon without having trained for it. So those that are over motivated will kind of put themselves in this position to kind of either get dehydrated or, suffer from heat stroke.
Kyle, this has been great. We've certainly given a lot of information out there to our viewers. We have thousands that watch us each and every morning. Is there a place online where people can go and really kind of look at these various aspects that you've talked about this morning?
Yeah, there's a ton of research out there. I mean, I think if a quick Google search of, like heat stroke symptoms, or how to, make sure that you're taking care of young athletes in the heat, you can pull up a lot of variety from different, the Mayo Clinic, different, Cleveland Clinic. And then also I would say, just make sure, whatever organization you are part of, that they have a heat stroke and heat illness policy. And so there's a lot of information out there specific to this that you can, quick Google search will be able to pull up all the information that you need to be able to find on this.
All right, Kyle Lebrano, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk and giving us that information, which is vital, especially this time of year. We appreciate it. Children's Research Hospital is world renowned for its work in pediatric cancer research and treatment. And as part of its mission to defeat cancer, St. Jude is raising awareness with an important message for parents. HPV vaccination is cancer prevention. Let's talk more about this issue right now with Heather Brandt. She is Director of HPV Cancer Prevention Programs at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heather, good morning to you. Tell us about the HPV Cancer Prevention Program there, and maybe some more interesting headlines when it comes to HPV. Good morning.
Good morning. Our program at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is focused on promoting on-time HPV vaccination among children ages 9 to 12. As you and many of those watching know, St. Jude has a long-standing commitment to serving children and families and curing catastrophic diseases, and we don't yet know how to prevent the cancers for which children are treated every day here at St. Jude. However, HPV vaccination is cancer prevention. And so by focusing on-time HPV vaccination among children, we're able to prevent 6 types of cancer in adulthood. And so our program is focused on ensuring that parents, caregivers, those who are making vaccination decisions for families and children have the information they need to know HPV vaccination is very safe, it works very well, and it provides long-lasting protection.
So, Heather, we know here in Memphis in the Mid-South, I mean, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, what a gem. What a gem for our community to have you and everyone at St. Jude in our backyard. Tell us some of the misconceptions about HPV that are out there.
So there are several myths and misconceptions about HPV vaccination. First, one of the more common misconceptions is that HPV vaccination is only relevant to girls and women. And nothing could be further from the truth. HPV vaccination is for everyone, males and females. In fact, the most commonly diagnosed HPV cancer is oral pharyngeal cancer, which occurs at the base of the tongue and tonsils, and that cancer is most commonly diagnosed in men, followed by cervical cancer in women. So this means that HPV is cancer prevention for everyone, and HPV vaccination is routinely recommended for males and females. A second is about the safety of the vaccination. This vaccine is very safe. We have more than 18 years of safety and monitoring data to tell us that this vaccine is like all other vaccines in terms of some pain, soreness, redness, swelling at the injection site, but otherwise, no additional safety considerations or concerns for us to worry about. And then lastly, we often hear, how do we really know that giving this vaccine to children is going to prevent cancers in adulthood? And we're starting to see those benefits. We're starting to see reductions of HPV precancers and cancers, and some countries like Australia, which have really high HPV vaccination coverage, they're on track to eliminate HPV cancer, starting with cervical cancer by the year 2035. So this is a vaccination that's for everyone. It's safe and it works really well to prevent HPV cancers.
Okay, and so we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Heather. If there's some parents out there that want some more information, do they contact their pediatrician about it? How do they go about getting the HPV vaccine?
So we encourage parents to talk to their child's healthcare provider to ask and get answers to their questions. We also want parents to be prepared for those conversations. And so we hope that people will visit our website, stjude.org/HPV and stjude.org/prevent-HPV. We have several resources, including frequently asked questions about HPV vaccination, more details on the recommendation for which children should be getting HPV vaccination, which is basically all children ages 9 to 12 should complete the 2-dose series, so that parents can be prepared for those conversations with their child's healthcare provider.
Okay, Heather Brandt with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much for joining us and spelling it out for us, HPV, the vaccine, and when parents should consider it for their children. We appreciate your time.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend. If you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain, same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow, maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions, really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days, 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday, so nice day out there again, more fall-like. With that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast, we'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning, so definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. We have a great interview lined up for you right now. This morning, we're talking about protecting seniors from scams. Get this stat that I read. Crimes against seniors totaled more than $3.4 billion in losses this past year, with more than 100,000 complaints were filed by people over the age of 60 in 2023. That's an 11% increase from the previous year. So this is a very important topic. And joining us to discuss the common senior scams, how to identify them, and how to protect yourself from those scams is Chad White, the Executive VP at Brookdale Senior Living. Good morning to you, Chad.
Good morning, Taylor. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Let's just jump right into it because scams, we all hate them, and there's so many to discuss. But tell me, what are the few most common scams that you see often that target seniors?
Well, Taylor, there are several different kinds that are pretty common. One of the first is relationship or scams that they're based on a relationship or some sort of close connection potentially to a victim. So in that case, one of the most common scenarios is someone calls, they're pulling on your heartstrings, they're exploiting loneliness potentially, but they're trying to say that maybe you've got a family member who's in trouble and needs some support. That's a pretty common one. Another common one is phishing or identity theft scams. This is where a very common variety of that is where you have a situation where a vendor sends an email, purported vendor, somebody that you usually do business with, and says you haven't paid or you need to submit payment information, and they're asking you to click on a link or open an attachment in an email. That can typically be something that's causing identity theft because they want your credit card information or other personally sensitive information. Another one is non-payment calls or visits. This time of year when it's really hot outside, a lot of seniors get visits from people pretending to be from the utility company. They may actually be wearing clothes that looks like their local utility provider. They may come from a phone call and a phone number that is spoofing that information. And what they're trying to do is demand that you pay the bill immediately or that your services get cut off. So all of these are very common. The relationship scams are probably sort of one of the most common ones. You see it from where someone adopts an online identity, a fake identity, and they reach out via social media or a dating site or something like that, develop a relationship, and then ultimately ask for money. Say they have an emergency expense or need something like that. And all they're trying to do is scam a senior out of their hard-earned savings.
That's unfortunate. And I know you only listed 3, but there are so many scams that you could probably spend the entire day talking about. How can we spot a scam, though?
Well, there's some clear signs. One of the most clear signs that you may be being scammed is if someone demands money urgently or immediately. If they tell you that you need to act now, Taylor, or you can't, or don't tell a loved one, don't tell a friend, that's a very clear sign that you may be scammed. Another sign is if someone threatens to go to the authorities. If you don't take action and do what they're requesting, submit money, make a payment, etc., that may be a clear sign. One other one that I think is when they ask you to wire money, particularly if they ask you to wire money overseas or pay something through an unusual payment system such as a gift card or cryptocurrency or something like that. If you get that, that's a clear warning sign that something may be amiss.
Yeah, even when you take those steps, I always like when we have interviews like this, is it possible to avoid scams altogether?
Well, it's probably, it may not be possible to avoid them altogether because they're coming all the time, but there are some things you can do to help protect yourself or to protect your loved ones. And so one of the first things I would say, Taylor, is to be cautious. Take time to research or verify the situation. If you get one of these calls with a loved one, for example, who's claiming that they need money, they may claim to be your granddaughter or grandson or niece or nephew, and they say they need money for a bill or something like that, take time to find out what's going on. You need to verify that. I would take their number, call back, tell them you'll call them back, and then actually call them back on the number that you know is their number. Verify that it's there, or call a loved one in that case. There are some other things that I would say are very important to do, particularly as it relates to identity theft. Never click on a link or an attachment in an unsolicited email or text message even. They're getting very sophisticated these days. They will look like, the emails will look like they're coming from somebody that you do business with, but don't click on those links. Go directly to the website or call their customer service number directly if you think there's an issue that you need to deal with a vendor.
Great advice there. Educating yourself is definitely the first step. Tell us a little bit about Brookdale, how you help educate your residents and those families who you work with closely. How do you educate them on this?
Well, it's really important to us, Taylor. We at Brookdale, our mission is to enrich lives, and so we want to provide as many resources as we can to help protect our seniors and their loved ones and help them avoid becoming a victim of these types of scams. And so we do a number of things. One, certain of our communities bring in experts, whether it be experts in finance or security, who provide information and up-to-date information to our residents and their family members. We also, because of our size and scale, have a lot of resources we can provide either through email communications or blogs on our website or through other means like that, community newsletters. It's really important to make sure people are up to date on these things because prevention is the most important way to stop these scams.
Absolutely, Chad. A lot of great advice there. Last question for you. If we want to learn more, for those watching at home, they want to educate themselves, where can they go online to learn more information?
Well, I'd encourage your viewers to visit our website, brookdale.com. We have a lot of great information on there, additional stuff on how to protect yourself from scams, other good tips, and also links to some important sites like the FBI where there's a lot of additional information. It's really important for seniors and family members and those who love their seniors to stay up to date and informed. So I'd encourage them to visit the brookdale.com website.
All right, again, that was Chad White with Brookdale Senior Living. Chad, was there anything else that you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
You know, I would just say the most important thing is just to be very, very aware and cautious. Try to do what you can. I'd say another tip that's probably important is never wire money. If you get an unsolicited email or phone call, don't wire money, particularly if they're asking you to wire it overseas. Just be very cautious. If someone's asking you for money or for your personal information, you need to protect that as much as you can.
All righty, that was Chad White. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We look forward to chatting with you again. See you, Chad.
Thanks, Taylor.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and when we talk about Memphis, there are several things we talk about. We talk about the amazing food, we talk about the sports, and we talk about the music history and the music events that happen in this city and in this area each and every year, one of which is Mempho Music Fest that is coming up, rapidly approaching October 4th through the 6th. I'm joined right now by the head of production for Mempho Music Festival, Mike Smith, on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Mike, good morning to you. How are things?
Hey, Andrew. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you being here. So I understand that there was a big change to Mempho. One of which is Jack White coming to Mempho and being one of the headliners. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's correct. We had booked the band, the Queens of the Stone Age, and unfortunately for some health reasons, they're having to suspend some of their dates. We wish them a speedy recovery, but we were really, really fortunate to be able to lock in Jack White pretty quickly, and with his known success and new material out, and just the way he's campaigning his shows right now, we thought it was a perfect fit for what we were doing, and just super, super excited to have him on board.
Oh, yeah, he's a big name. I mean, you know, anyone that's been to any kind of sporting event, I can guarantee you have heard Seven Nation Army at some point during that game, because that is an iconic song you hear in every arena across this country. Of course, he was the lead singer of White Stripes. Now he's on his own. And a number of different headliners there. Trey Anastasio is a member of the band Fish. For a while, Goose is someone that's certainly making a lot of waves in terms of downloads. Tell us what else fans can expect.
You know, we're super excited about the Roots. Everyone's familiar with Questlove and the guys that are on the Late Show with Jimmy Fallon every night. And then, you know, we're excited about Cody Jinks, great country artist, really making a lot of waves in that scene. So just we've got a lot of good stuff to offer people.
Yeah, Sublime with Rome, and Sublime, something that I'm very familiar with, going back to the 90s. But I think it was the lead singer passed away, and so this is a new lead singer, but some of the same hits, right?
That's correct. That's correct. Rome's been with Sublime since the lead singer passed away, and I do believe that they're only doing a few shows with this lineup, and Mempho is fortunate enough to have one of the last few shows that they're going to do like this.
That's fantastic. And so I've been to a couple of Memphos over the years. Always a great time. I mean, a music festival is always a lot of fun, regardless of whether you like the music or not, or just a casual fan. You're always going to have a good time. So, and at Memphis Botanic Garden, which is a wonderful backdrop for this festival, tell us about some of the other things, in addition to the bands, that people can take advantage of.
You know, the Garden is such a great partner in this event with us, such a beautiful location and setting for what we're able to do there. Some of the other things that we bring in is the Incendia Dome, which is a big fire dome that we have silent discos in, and local DJs, national DJs all perform in there. We'll also are good partners with the Overton Park Shell, and we'll bring in their Overton Park mobile stage, Shell stage, and we'll have some local artists and regional artists playing on that stage as well. So just lots of activities, lots of fun things. All of our charitable partners will have representation there, and yeah, we're just super excited.
Yeah, so you have 3 stages. This is the first weekend in October, October 4th through the 6th at Memphis Botanic Garden. Let's talk about tickets, ticket prices, and some of the different ways that people can take advantage and get in the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Tickets are on sale right now. The Tier 1 tickets are almost gone, so the price is going to increase. I believe next week, if you don't get your tickets this week, they are going to go up. So go ahead and lock those in. There's a 3-day option that saves you a little bit of money if you want to come all 3 days, and there's single-day options that you can get as well, and all those can be found at the MemphoFest website.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else you want to mention with regards to this year's event? I mean, this is going on what, 5 years, 6 years, something like that?
This will actually be our seventh year doing
Seventh.
Mempho Music Fest. And yeah, 7th year doing it. Super excited. We just look forward to bringing people new experiences, getting to check out some music maybe they haven't heard before. A lot of smiles, a lot of happy faces, dancing, having a good time.
That sounds great. I love it, and it is always. It's such a. We live in such an amazing music town that anytime there's a 3-day festival of music, people need to take advantage of it for sure. Listen, Mike Smith, really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you, and good luck. The first weekend in October should be a great time.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Appreciate you having me on.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let me talk about dry eye for a minute here. It is increasingly common, and it can range from occasional symptoms to chronic disease. Symptoms that can include scratchy or gritty feelings, redness, fluctuation of vision, blurriness, tired eyes, and eye irritation. So what causes it, and how do we manage some of those symptoms? I'm joined right now by a couple of people that can really help us with this discussion right now. I'm joined by Dr. Christopher Starr. He's a refractive and cornea surgeon, and Rebecca Petrus. She's president and co-founder of the Dry Eye Foundation. Thank you both for joining us. Dr. Starr, let me start with you. Tell me first, what is dry eye and what causes it? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. We're very happy to be here. Dry eye disease or dry eyes are exactly that. It's when our eyes get dried out, they get irritated, they get gritty, sandy, burnt. Sometimes the symptoms are burning and stinging, and very commonly the symptoms are blurry vision or fluctuating vision, and a whole host of other symptoms that one can have. And it is a very common condition. It's something, as an ophthalmologist, I see every single day, many times. And so Rebecca and I are here to raise awareness, to let people know that this is a real condition. It's not something that people should suffer with. There are great treatments for this. It is very common. You're not the only one. And so see an eye doctor if you have any of these symptoms and get treated as quickly as possible. Dry eye is usually caused by either a decrease in tear production. Our eyes don't make enough tears, or the tears that we make are of poor quality and tend to evaporate very quickly, leading to dry spots on the eyes. And each of those things can lead to those symptoms I've just described and can lead to these changes in our vision. It's extremely common, and we see it in all ages, not just older people. We see it in kids, we see it in young adults. And a big driver in that younger population is exactly what we're doing right now, which is staring at our computers. We don't blink as often. Our eyes tend to dry out. The tears evaporate. We're not blinking to reestablish the tear film, and we get dry eyes. And that, of course, gets worse and worse and worse as the hours add up and the days add up and the years add up. And that's a big cause of dry eyes. But there are plenty of other things that lead to dry eyes, other medical conditions, autoimmune conditions, and a whole host of other diseases can lead to dry eyes. Medications that we take, the environment, our diets, things we put in our bodies, humidity, low humidity, blowing air. The list goes on and on and on and on. But the common thing are these symptoms. And if you have any of these symptoms, see an eye doctor as quickly as you can.
Rebecca, over to you. I want to ask you something, Rebecca, if you don't mind. Tell me what, from your capacity, I mean, you are the president of the Dry Eye Foundation. What do you hear the most from people that have these dry eye symptoms? What kind of complaints, how does it impact their daily life?
Right. So there's dry eye and there's dry eye, right? Anybody can have a little bit of dry eye symptoms. Most of us do occasionally. That's a whole different thing than dry eye disease, where your eyes, whatever specific symptoms you've got, your eyes are basically uncomfortable all day long. And that is going to affect pretty much everything that you do. Work comes to mind first, because as Dr. Starr said, we're just on screens all of the time. That's one of the environments where we're going to experience this the most. Being outdoors is an issue for people. Driving is an issue for a lot of us. Being in over air conditioned or heated environments. There's just a lot of circumstances that are going to make us very uncomfortable. The recent Bausch & Lomb survey did a really great job of highlighting some things about this, like the fact that there's so many people with dry eye, but yet so few are seeing an eye doctor. Because what happens is we don't go to get help for it until it's gotten to the point where it's seriously interfering with our lives. So another thing that they highlighted in the survey was what this means to people who are going through it. They found that 8 out of 10 people who have these more advanced forms of dry eye, the persistent symptoms, they're constantly aware of how their eyes feel. Normal people are not going to notice how their eyes feel all day long. We do, and that's our impetus to do something about it. So Dr. Starr and I are wanting to raise awareness to say, please get to the doctor earlier. If you start experiencing these more and more, or you find you're using eye drops regularly, you really want to get checked out.
Dr. Starr, let me ask you, so how do people, what's best practices to manage symptoms and reduce symptoms?
Well, the best thing to do is to see the eye doctor, because there are so many ways to go about treating this and diagnosing it, by the way. And it's good to and there are usually lots of variables. It's multifactorial often. And so we can kind of guide you into the best sort of practice for managing this as best as possible. A lot of people will start sort of self-treat on their own, and that's usually the over-the-counter eye drops, and that's perfectly reasonable place to start. Over-the-counter lubricating drops, put them in when the symptoms come on. Certainly, if you're taking them more than 2 or 3 times a day, that's really a good indication to see a specialist. Warm compresses, sort of dietary changes, avoiding low humidity and blowing air. Very importantly, on the computer, we should all be blinking more often, taking breaks, looking away from this close computer into the distance. And I always recommend just kind of closing the eyes, as I'm doing now, for 20 seconds or so every 20 minutes, just to kind of let the eyes re-lubricate. But very importantly, see an eye doctor. We have great treatments for all stages of ocular surface and dry eye disease, from prescription medications to procedures that we do in the office, to specialty contact lenses and tear duct plugs. And the list goes on and on and on and on. So very important to get the diagnosis, get a customized treatment plan, and get this condition reversed.
Rebecca, over to you. Tell me where people can get more information and just, get some questions answered if they have dry eye.
Right. Well, we're a nonprofit organization. Our main website is dryeyefoundation.org. We've got tons of educational materials there for people, and also support, because people who are going through the severe versions of this, they're having a hard time. They're seeing impact at work. They're seeing impact throughout their life, and connecting people who can share advice and support is really important to us.
Okay,
Yeah.
Rebecca
Bausch & Lomb has
Petrus.
a website called.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bausch & Lomb has a website called knowyourdryeye.com as well, which is also a great resource in addition to Rebecca's website.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you both joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time this morning.
Alrighty, that was First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis. The time now is 9:31. We're going to switch gears now and talk about a very important topic. We're talking about ovarian cancer. September is the awareness week for that. I should say month, where we're going to spend that month discussing everything you need to know as far as detecting those early signs and just learning everything about that disease. And joining me now is Dr. John Shurgi. Doctor, did I get that right? I know we have the pronouncer here. How do you pronounce that last name?
Shurgi.
Shurgi, got it right. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. How are you?
I'm terrific. Thank you for inviting me.
No, thanks for stopping by. I know you were standing by, so let's just jump right into it. Let's talk about warning signs. That's the biggest thing here. What can you tell us? What should we look out for?
The important warning signs are the 4 classic symptoms, and that has to do, if you think about ovarian cancer as an ovary the size of a pumpkin and producing about a gallon of fluid, you can easily understand that the 4 symptoms are pelvic pains and bladder dysfunction, as well as bloating and your stomach feeling squished all the time, and not having any appetite. And so the point is, most patients have these symptoms for a long time, and the doctors just don't pay enough attention to it.
Yeah, so how serious, I mean, this does sound serious, but how serious can this disease be?
Well, it's usually detected at advanced stage 3 or 4, which means that a combination of surgery and chemotherapy is required, but most people will relapse and succumb to the disease.
Oh, wow. So I'm really glad that we're having this conversation then, because it sounds like the earlier you know, or the more you actually spend time detecting, you can potentially save your life. Is that true?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I use the example of Barack Obama, President Obama's mother, who went from doctor to doctor for months and was not diagnosed until it was too late. So please, a woman needs to advocate for herself.
Absolutely, doctor. So let's talk about who's most at risk for getting this disease.
The 2 risk factors have to do with genetics. So if somebody in the family has had ovarian cancer or has had breast cancer before the menopause, that is something to bring to your doctor's attention. And secondly is any type of pelvic inflammation in the abdomen will increase the risk over time.
So doctor, so tell me this, I mean, I have a line of questions to ask you, but those at home who are watching and they really want to learn more, they want to know, like, what is the main takeaway here? Like, what should they know or what should they do today?
The number one thing I would say is listen to your body. Most women know that something is wrong and they don't get a doctor that listens intently. They need to have a pelvic exam, which is like a pap smear exam. And that usually can lead to the diagnosis a lot earlier, the sooner that's done.
Let's talk treatment. Tell me a little bit about the treatment options here. How do you treat ovarian cancer?
The treatment has had some pretty significant advances lately. The initial treatment is usually a combination of surgery and chemotherapy, and there's different ways that is sequenced. But one of the real renaissance points in ovarian cancer treatment has to do with a genetic screen, and up to half of women that are diagnosed will have a genetic test that's positive, and that leads to really novel treatments that can lead to more than a 50-60% chance of being cured.
Doctor, it's conversations like these that are so important because this is how you learn more. I love that you mentioned you know your body, but you also want to be aware of all the information that is out there, what you can do to prevent, what you can do to treat. What else were you prepared to say or you want to add to this conversation that I haven't asked you so far?
Well, one of the interesting points that's come out lately is within the last 10 years, it's increasingly obvious that the cancer actually doesn't start in the ovary, as far as we can tell. It starts at the tip of the fallopian tube. And so that's a real game changer as far as getting your head around ovarian cancer. And the second point I would make is that the number of women diagnosed has gone down over the last 5 years by 15%. And that is because, number one, more women are at risk being identified. And number two, the fallopian tubes are being removed when a woman has a quote unquote tubal ligation.
Wow. So let's talk about the survival rate for women who are diagnosed with this cancer. I know you kind of touched on some of the, things are going down. What can you add to that? The rates.
The survival rate historically was pretty dismal. If you were diagnosed, it was generally stage 3 and 4, and the survival rate was about 10% at 5 years, and fewer than that were being cured long term. However, now that up to half have a genetic mutation that's identified, we can add what's called a PARP inhibitor, but it's a fancy oral drug that is used at the end of treatment. And what that seems to do is kill off these microscopic cancer cells that were otherwise lingering and is leading to much more of a cure rate in the 50 to 60% range.
Doctor, I know you could talk about this subject all day long. There's so much information. For those who are interested in learning more, where can they go online, or where should they go in general to learn more?
American Cancer Society is one location that has a lot of helpful information. The National Cancer Institute is another. And there's what's called the NCCN, but it's the guidelines that we all pay attention to. And we're at the University of Tennessee, we're part of that. So there's a lot of good websites out there to get yourself informed.
All right, Doctor, was there anything else that you would like to add before we wrap up this interview?
Just to reiterate, listen to your body. And if you're having symptoms that seem unusual for you and they're persisting over 2, 3, 4 weeks, bring it to your doctor's attention and insist on having an exam.
All right, Dr. John Surgery, thank you so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We look forward to chatting with you again. I'll see you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The Harlem Globetrotters. They are sensational. We all love their show. If you've ever been to one at FedEx Forum, you know what I'm talking about. Well, last year they had a TV show, a TV series, and it did extraordinarily well. Well, guess what? They're going to have a new series on television, and they're marking a new world tour as well. And I am fortunate enough to right now be joined by 2 Harlem Globetrotters. I am joined by Sherelle Torch George and Lucius Too Tall Winston on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tell me, you're spinning the basketballs. I love the tricks you guys do. How are you this morning?
Doing good.
Good. So tell me a little bit about this new TV show, I guess, for the Harlem Globetrotters. The first time in 40 years you guys have had a TV series, and how this is going to work with your tour and everything. Good morning.
Good morning. So we have new series. We have a new host. Kenny the Jet Smith, NBA legend, sports analyst. He's going to be our host for season 3, which premieres October 5th on NBC's The More You Know. We're excited to be back. Fans will get an opportunity to get to know us off the court like they did in the first 2 seasons. But I think we're taking it to another level. I seen a teammate in the ocean surfing. I got an opportunity to go to Dollywood and hit an amazing trick shot. So fans, tune in for season 3. We're Emmy nominated, but we're trying to win this year. So we need your support.
Absolutely.
All right, so tell me when we're an NBC affiliate. So tell us exactly one more time where we can watch it.
So every Saturday on NBC's The More You Know.
Wonderful, awesome. Okay, so so now this is coinciding with your world tour. Tell me about that. Too Tall, what's going on with you, man?
Absolutely. Tickets go on sale today. You can go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com. You can learn about the players. You can buy jerseys. You can get basketballs, wristbands, headbands, programs. But the tickets are on sale right now at HarlemGlobetrotters.com. We cannot wait to come back out to Memphis. One of my favorite places to play, not too far from where I live. So I definitely love coming out to Memphis to be with all our Durham fans.
I was going to say, when are you guys going to be in Memphis?
I got to check the date right here. So,
okay.
So I believe it's going to be in January. I believe it's going to be in January.
Yeah.
So definitely check that list for. We'll be there. We'll be there in January.
Excellent, excellent. And I know it kicks off December 26th in Boston. You guys got a pair of basketballs there. I was just going to ask you if you guys, you guys are known for your trick shots and different things. You want to show us anything on camera?
Of course.
Yeah, definitely. Show me your 2 ball.
All right. Let me see if I can stand up real quick. Let me see if I can stand up. Let me see that ball real quick. So boom, I'm gonna do this real quick for you. Maybe two spins. So spin one right here, one right here. You take one around like this, one around that way like that, and then you put it on top just like that right there.
Not bad. That is good. I love it. Sherelle, what about you?
Oh, this is my favorite trick, the ball spin. It's in my rookie year. It took me about 4 weeks to learn how to ball spin properly. Too Tall is an amazing ball handler. He could spin 2-3 balls, but for me, the iconic ball spin is my favorite trick.
So tell me, for you guys personally, what is the most enjoyable aspect of going on tour and seeing the fans and performing on the court?
I'll say for me is playing and then Magic Pass. So definitely when I'm in Magic Pass, it's a free game that fans get to come out to where I get a chance to answer questions. Anything you want to ask about a Globetrotter, about my life, anything, and it lasts for 30 minutes. And then after the Q&A session, you get a chance to come down, take pictures, sign autographs, and I teach you how to spin the ball just like a Globetrotter. So it's very interactive with me. So I get a chance to talk to not only parents, but the kids and learn about some of the things they like to do, whether it's sports, whether it's arts, whether it's music, whether anything that they want to be in life. So that's very important to me that I can learn about you for that time that you're there. And then after that, just put on a show for all the fans that's there and then see all the smiles on the faces as you come out. And then when they leave, just to hear all the kind words like, man, we really enjoyed it. That's what we needed. I haven't seen my daughter or my son smile, but when we brought them here, like they laughed, they had fun, and they can't wait to come back. So that's just so fulfilling for me.
Same for me. Kids smiling, the fan interaction, the connection. Like it doesn't stop after the game. So many fans reach out to me via social media. And the connection lasts forever. We become friends. We update each other. So for me, it's just the interaction and the connection that we have with our fans. So that's the best part for me.
That's fantastic. I brought my kids when they were younger to Harlem Globetrotters, and they still talk about it, and they remember it clearly. It's a fantastic organization and all that you guys do. Anything else you want to mention to our crowd here in Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee?
Just make sure you go out to HarlemGlobetrotters.com. Get those tickets. They're on sale today. Like you said, we'll be in Memphis. We'll be in Mississippi and the surrounding areas. January 26th, go get those tickets. Can't wait to see all our fans. And make sure you check out our Emmy-nominated series. October 5th, Play It Forward on NBC every Saturday morning. Please come on, check us out.
Okay, Lucius Too Tall Winston and Sherelle Torch George, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on all your success, and we'll look for you in Memphis in January. Thanks very much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
You got it. All right. Another live look from our high five camera here where the fog is slowly starting to get out of town. 70 degrees, 9:06. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us, again, could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend if you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain. Same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions, really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days, 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday, so nice day out there. Again, more fall-like. With that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast, we'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning. So definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and September is Suicide Prevention Month. Youth Villages is always looking for ways to make sure that they engage students, parents, family members, so that there is an idea and an understanding about anyone's mental health. And if there is a need there, to get that need as soon as possible, get that need taken care of. Awareness on mental health, so key. Let's bring in someone that can help us understand a little bit more about the need for awareness. I'm joined now by Michael Stemkowski. He's Clinical Services Director at Youth Villages. Welcome back to the Digital Desk, Michael. Thanks so much. So when it comes to awareness of suicide prevention and just the need for better mental health out there, where do we begin when we discuss this topic? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me back, Andrew. With Suicide Prevention Month, one of the things that we're focusing on here at Youth Villages and many of the agencies out there is supporting connection, connection to information, connection to resources, connection to those around us as a way to prevent suicide.
That's great. And so when you talk about connection, is it sitting down with someone who has these thoughts? Is it more than that? Describe what that means.
Sure. At Youth Villages, we work with a lot of young people and families. And one particular young lady that we worked with a few years ago, her name was Katrina. She was really struggling with, just some basic food, health, resource needs. And so sometimes that connection to young people is helping them to get what they need through resources that are physical, but also mental health resources. We know the young people that we work with come from hard places. And how do we get them connected with mental health resources if they live in a rural setting? When you consider our viewing area here this morning, there are certain areas where it's hard to get connected to mental health treatment. So we might facilitate, that connection to a mental health provider, or we might go into the home and be that mental health provider for that young person or that young family.
Where do people, Michael, make the biggest mistakes? And I'm talking about parents and,
Sure.
and guidance counselors, caregivers, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think with today's information, we definitely during September, there's a lot of information that goes out about what are risk signs and then what are warning signs. And what it gets down to in terms of connection is, do we feel comfortable talking with one another, with individuals who may be experiencing some risky thoughts, right? And that would be like if an individual were to talk about killing themselves, or feeling hopeless, or feeling like they have no reason to live. That's a really great opportunity, both for professionals and for parents and teachers, to go ahead and start to have that conversation. One of the things with Suicide Prevention Month is that we want to focus on reducing that stigma, that it's okay to talk about this. If we see something, go ahead and say something, start that conversation, because often we may be that gateway to connect an individual to information, resources, or the mental health treatment that they need. Sometimes we can just listen, and that's probably one of the things that, Andrew, to your question about if there's one thing we could improve or sometimes we might stumble with, is how well do we listen when somebody's expressing that issue that they're dealing with, that concern or that need.
No question. So if there were some bullet points, Michael, that we could, list for the thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk, if we had like maybe 3 or more bullet points, where would you begin to really kind of maybe assess, or signs, that sort of thing, begin when it comes to someone who might be in trouble, and what to do afterwards?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, I mean, what we're trying to do is support help seeking. So, how do we connect those individuals? And starting with social support is just asking those questions like, do you have someone to talk to about this? So, an immediate connection to a resource might be like a reach out to a lifeline like 988, or to get someone connected to a counselor or a trained professional who can start that conversation. The next thing is just on that social support piece is like, what are the things that they say that they need? So if it's a shelter issue for homelessness, a lot of the young people that we work with may be experiencing adversity related to housing or income or food, and those meeting those basic needs, those tangible needs, getting them connected to those. And then in terms of the mental health aspect of that is just starting those conversations with individuals to help build up positive relationships in their family, in their networks, their social networks, and with others that they may have contact with.
Is there a place online, Michael, that you can give our audience to really kind of understand a little bit more about awareness, prevention, signs, symptoms, that sort of thing?
Absolutely. Here at Youth Villages, you can obviously go to our website. We've got connection to resources there, but there are also national agencies out there like the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which highlights risk factors, protective factors, and warning signs. Locally in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, all those state offices also have connection to resources. As an example, in Mississippi, Department of Mental Health has like a Shatter the Silence program that you'll have immediate connection to both those physical and mental health resources. Those are some examples, Andrew.
You know, just curious, and I don't know if you know the answer, Michael, but, 988 hasn't been around that long, but it's so good that it's here because if there's an emergency, people can, just call it right away, 24 hours a day. Has that helped, in your opinion?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The wonderful thing about 988 is it's staffed by trained professionals who are seeking to engage and connect with those who are struggling with something. Sometimes we know there's a large amount of Americans who are struggling with mental health conditions, and it takes courage to reach out and ask for help. So 988 is an immediate pathway to support help seeking for those individuals. It can be done by telephone, a phone call. It can be done online through chat. It can be done through chat or text messages on one's personal device. And so these are opportunities, especially when we think about young people or young adults who may be facing some fear about reaching out for help. What does that mean? What's going to happen if I ask for help? And using 988 in this regard can help get the information that they need into the hands of those who need it. And it'll help with risk determination and connection to those next steps.
Michael Stemkowski, Youth Villages Clinical Services Director. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks for shedding a light on this issue and bringing awareness to it. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Andrea.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle, a lot like you saw this weekend. If you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain, same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions, really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days, 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday, so nice day out there. Again, more fall-like. With that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast, we'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning. So definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. So last week, if you were following the business news, the big business news of the week was that the Fed slashed interest rates by 0.5 point. What does that mean to the average Memphian, Mid-Southerner? What should we do? Should we save more money? Should we go out and buy things, a new car or a new house? A lot of people are wondering, what does this mean? Well, let's bring in someone to talk about this very issue. I'm joined right now by Chris Evans. He's Vice President of Southern Serenity Federal Credit Union. Chris, thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. So where do we begin when we tell the average Memphian, this is what you should do, or this is what it means for you when the interest rates are cut by 0.5 point? What do we tell them? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, it's a great time for borrowers. With the Fed funds rate dropping by 0.5%, that likely means lower payments for borrowers that have home equity lines of credit. It could be lower payments for people with credit cards. As that interest rate drops, those payments will drop, and that should start for most people in November.
Okay, so when we say a half percentage point cut, what does that translate to when it comes to all the interest rates that we all deal with? Our car loan, our credit card loan, the loan on our house.
Yes, so with credit cards and home equity lines of credit, many of those are tied directly to that Fed funds rate. So you could see a direct 0.5% drop. With things like auto loans, usually not a direct correlation to that 0.5%, but auto loan rates you will see come down as well. Mortgages are tied more toward a longer rate. The Fed funds rate is an overnight rate. But mortgage rates have been dropping, as a lot of us have seen over this past year. So those are coming down as well.
All right, so for the average Memphian that's out there, and we have thousands of people that join us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, what do we tell them? Is this a good time to save money, buy stuff? What do you think?
Well, unfortunately, the other side for the savers is these rates are coming down. So the 5% certificate rates that a lot of our savers were seeing, those are kind of more in the fours now, and lower fours. But great news for the borrowers. Those rates are coming down, and they're even projected to come down further. So the the FOMC is projected to lower that Fed funds rate by an additional 0.5% by year end, and then an additional full percent in 2025. So it's getting to be a better time to buy, and it looks like in the future it's even becoming even better for borrowers to get things like vehicles, purchase your vehicle, home equity lines of credit. So if you're putting a pool in or renovating your home, and certainly credit cards as well. Much needed relief.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Chris, let me ask you this, because a lot of people are like, okay, I get it, but I'm not going to buy a new house or a new car anytime soon. What about gas? What about groceries? Because we know inflation has been killing so many average Memphians out there. Will it affect that?
Unfortunately, it's not going to affect inflation or affect inflation. Actually, it's kind of a byproduct of inflation. So as inflation is coming down, the FOMC is seeing that, and they're reducing these very restrictive rates that we have in place. They're punishing a lot of us that are borrowing. So it's not going to necessarily decrease inflation. But like I mentioned, for folks that are carrying balances on credit cards, there'll be less interest tacked on to your credit card at the end of every month as these rates continue to drop. And for a lot of us that have these home equity lines of credit, those payments, interest-only payments, are going to be dropping starting with that November payment. So that's where maybe you have a little bit more money in your pocket at the end of the month to spend money on things like groceries and gas.
I appreciate you spelling it out for us. So, final question is really open to you. Anything else you want to mention that the public you think should know about with regards to this 0.5% interest rate cut?
It's just a great time to go to your local credit union, certainly Southern Security Federal Credit Union, and get an auto loan rate or any sort of borrowing that you're looking at doing. Now, over the next 12 to 15 months, we're going to get some much needed relief. So we have more information on our website, southernsecurity.org. Welcome to go there and click the Contact Us page, and we'll be happy to go over in depth further about what these rate cuts can mean for you.
Okay, Chris Evans, Southern Security Federal Credit Union, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time, and thanks for spelling it out in a very easy to understand way, Chris. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
All right. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. A big talker is this idea that the city of Memphis is going to buy the Sheraton Hotel downtown that's connected to the Renaissance Center, the convention center. And there is a lot of opinion about this, and there is a plan that's going to be brought forth to the Memphis City Council. It's expected to tomorrow. Let's bring in one of our favorite reporters, City Beat writer for the Daily Memphian, Sam Hardiman, joining us now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about this issue. He wrote about it at the Daily Memphian, dailymemphian.com. So, Sam, for our viewers out there, can you just kind of give us get us up to speed on where we are on this whole process? It's tomorrow when the city council is expected to talk about this, right?
Yes, the Memphis City Council is expected to vote tomorrow on issuing $30 million in debt through the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation, which is an affiliate of the Downtown Memphis Commission. And essentially what that is they would issue the debt, this Downtown Memphis Commission entity, and the city would pay off this $30 million in debt. The $30 million would pay for buying the Sheraton for $22 million, and then $8 million for miscellaneous expenses, so to speak, and associated with the development. Probably some light maintenance work and stuff like that. Not real meaningful money for maintenance work, but that's where things are, and that's what the city council is expected to decide tomorrow. Whether they decide that the city should buy this hotel is another story. The real broad question here is why is the city buying the Sheraton? And the Memphis Mayor Paul Young has said essentially to protect the city's investment in the Renaissance Convention Center, which the city renovated for more than $200 million. And with interest, the bill for that renovation is more than $300 million. And that bill still needs to be paid. Those bonds run through 2048.
Yeah, I was going to say, so this is one piece of the puzzle here where the city wants to buy this, and it's part of a larger goal, is it not?
It's definitely part of a larger stabilization of downtown. So I would say larger goal is fair. The mayor has said, essentially that without the Sheraton being a working convention center hotel, the convention center is in trouble. And if the convention center is in trouble, like I just said a minute ago, and you can read this article on dailymemphian.com, it published last week, but it's a deep dive into the financial why that the city feels here. The city feels a real amount of financial why to get this deal done and to buy the Sheraton is because, like I said a few minutes ago, the bonds on the Renaissance Convention Center are due through 2048. They are largely paid through the sales tax growth in downtown through what is known as the Downtown Tourism Development Zone and hotel motel tax. Okay, and that hotel motel tax is collected from hotels such as the Sheraton and others. And so without a working convention center hotel, because these two buildings are literally attached, the Sheraton and the Renaissance Convention Center, there is fear that essentially downtown bookings will fall. And thus the city will have a lot less money to pay for the Renaissance Convention Center. Hotel motel taxes also fund Memphis tourism, and they also fund the existing debt on FedEx Forum and the future debt for the FedEx Forum renovations.
So in your article, Sam, you talked to some council members, one of which is Jerry Green, who is very skeptical about this whole process. And, I've talked about this issue to other people, just kind of, those man on the street type folks. And they are telling me, hey, how do we know it's going to be better with the city taking charge of the Sheraton Hotel? I mean, it's got a lot of problems. It needs renovations, no question about it. It needs an upgrade. What's to say the city takes it over and it doesn't get the expectation and doesn't have the plans that the city has for it. In other words, upgrading it to the point where it'll be a benefit to the city instead of, I guess, right now a little bit of an eyesore.
Yeah, certainly. There's the capacity for failure. There's certainly the city of Baltimore owns what is known as the Inner Harbor Hilton, which is right by Camden Yards, the ballpark there in downtown Baltimore. And very good reporting from the Baltimore Banner and the Baltimore Sun over the years has shown that hotel, which is owned by the city of Baltimore, has run tens of millions of dollars in operating losses. And so, the Memphis Mayor, Paul Young, in an interview with the Daily Memphian last week, said, like, there is a chance we bear some losses in the short term, but I believe in the long-term upside. And so it's touch and go. We will see. There's no guarantee that this works out. The mayor has just simply outlined his case for why he thinks letting it go to auction and being bought by someone else has more downside for the city than the city owning it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I stayed there within the past year. I was doing an event downtown, and I stayed at the Sheraton. It needs a lot of upgrades. I mean, just being completely honest, it needs a lot of upgrades. And, hotels every, 6, 7, 8 years, they go through renovations of all the rooms and that sort of thing. It needs that, and it needs some upgrades just on the facade. So, and I guess according to your hotel right now, it's, occupancy rate 36%, not a lot at all. I could feel the skepticism when I talk to folks about how the city is going to take this hotel that is, a third full and make it this world-class luxury hotel. Everyone, I think, would cheer for it, but, what is the exact plan? Devil's in the details, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the city has a plan right now to get ownership of the hotel, to transfer ownership to, not ownership, but management to a local management group. And then over a 2-year period, come up with a plan to transfer ownership again to a nonprofit that would operate the hotel probably for 20 to 30 years. And the local development group would probably help renovate it. That's the city's plan right now. And we'll see, whether that comes past, whether the city council, thinks that plan is a viable option. But let's just be clear. It's not going to be the city of Memphis running this hotel. Not some city official is not likely to be running this hotel. It's not going to be public works crews renovating this hotel, right? Like, this is the city buying ownership and then finding someone to renovate it and operate it. And so that's a little different.
Okay, I got you. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate you bringing up Baltimore and what they, were trying to do with one of the hotels near Camden Yard. Are there other cities that have done this to benefit the city, where it's a successful kind of partnership?
Yeah, there's some cities that have done this. I think like you said a second ago, the devil's in the details on what benefits the city. There's probably a really deep and wonky argument we can have about hotels and convention center hotels and cities in general. But there, for example, the city is looking at a model out of Irving, Texas, where that hotel is owned, their convention center hotel, which is forgive me, I'm blanking on what flag it is right now, but it's owned by a nonprofit group, the City Provident Resources Group. The city of Memphis has had talks with, and that is, the city, essentially their, just doesn't even backstop the debt. The revenue of the hotel pays for that. So there are some models out there. There's some success, but at the same time, like, every deal is a little unique, and really what we're going to have to see here in Memphis is what the final deal, beyond buying it. If the city is successful in buying it and the city council votes tomorrow to let them buy it, then we're really going to see what is the model and what is the city proposing, because those details are going to be so much more important to whether or not this is going to be a success.
I don't know if you know this, and in fact, maybe no one knows it right now unless the people coming up with the plan. But I'm curious if they need state help, or if they're going to be asking for state funding or some sort of blessing from the state with all this. Any ideas? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely could be some ask of the state of Tennessee. The city of Memphis, I believe, extended and made what would have been the Lowe's Hotel, which is right there on Civic Center Plaza, and didn't happen. I believe that was made into a qualified public use facility under the Tourism Development Zone Act, which allows it to capture some other revenue, some other growth within downtown. And, the mayor last week indicated that the city might explore something like that for the downtown Sheraton, which means it could charge a 5% surcharge on rooms and other stuff at the hotel, but also could capture other money from the downtown TDZ. But that would need a state law change. There may be some other asks of the state. I'm not sure yet. And so, it's very much, again, up in the air.
No question about it. Well, listen, I appreciate the deep dive this morning on this, Sam, because it's one of those questions where it's like, you're trying to figure out, okay, I understand perhaps some of the reasons why. I understand the skepticism, and now it's like, okay, we're going to wait for these plans. Could those plans be something that overwhelms the skepticism and reassures those folks, or could it add to the skepticism? There's so many different ways it could go, but certainly appreciate the deep dive and always appreciate our discussion, Sam, on the digital desk. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
No. I hope everyone has a great week, and thanks for reading the Daily Memphian and watching the news on WMC.
That's right. All right. Sam Hardiman always giving us some great bits of journalism out there and what we're talking about, and he just left right now. We appreciate him, though, nonetheless. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera downtown Memphis as we go to break here. 70 degrees. Going to have a great day. Your forecast in 1 minute.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend if you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain. Same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions, really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days, 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday, so nice day out there, again, more fall-like. like. With that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast, we'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning. So definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Researchers estimate that genetics make up just 25% of the factors that determine how long we live. The other 75% can be contributed to a large part of making healthy lifestyle choices. And studies find that those choices add years to your life. So let's talk a little bit more about all this with our friend here from Regional One Health, Dr. Anna Yang, joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dr. Yang, always good to see you here. Appreciate you giving us some time this morning. So let's talk about some of the simple things we can do to add quality years to our life. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you again for having me. And what you said is correct. The important thing is quality life, not just additional numbers of years.
Exactly. So where do we begin?
Well, so there are a lot of factors that are actually within your control to extend good years to your life. It's a combination of everything, really, your physical health, your mental health, and your emotional health, and just staying safe in general. But two of the things we hear most often about, diet and exercise are always, at the top of the list of things that you can do and take control of your life to make the, last 20 years of it or more even the best that they can be.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into that, because diet and exercise, you're absolutely right. That's what we hear about. What about the diet? And what about the exercise? And give me some, let's dive deeper.
Sure. So let's start with exercise. We always think of exercise as, misery and sweating and tough, but it's not just about sweating and getting that heart rate up. Exercise is also about mobility and keeping your bones strong and your muscles moving. And sometimes later in life, as simple as just walking and being able to get around and be independent. Exercising doesn't have to include, running on a treadmill or cycling or something very intense or potentially even hard on the joints. It can be even something as simple as stretching every day, or even sitting in a chair and doing some exercise, walking around in a pool, just getting your body moving so that you don't lose your ability to move your joints later on in your life.
Is there a guideline like 3-4 times a week, 30 minutes each time you exercise?
Well, there are general guidelines out there for, the average healthy adult. But if you're not already exercising, I would not start at those guidelines. I would definitely talk to your doctor and take it slow. Even if it's just, walking down the block, slowly for the first time, or just doing some simple, stretches exercises, and improving your range of motion and your flexibility. Start small. Depending on your medical problems and medical history, you may not be able to jump into things right away. It may be too much for your body and your joints and your heart. So just starting to do something and then gradually taking that up as you tolerate and as your doctor advises is what I would recommend doing if you're not already somebody who's exercising.
What about the healthy diet? Can you give us some healthy diet tips?
So year after year after year, it's the Mediterranean diet. That is the one that's most supported and backed by scientific research in, prolonging good years of life and decreasing cardiovascular disease and all sorts of things. And this Mediterranean diet is actually pretty simple. It's not necessarily what you would think of classically as, someone who eats in the Mediterranean necessarily. It's basically an emphasis on fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains. There's also something called the DASH diet, which is based on the Mediterranean diet. The DASH diet is specifically designed for hypertension or high blood pressure, to decrease high blood pressure, potentially without even requiring medication. And the DASH diet is similar to the Mediterranean diet, but it's a little bit more structured in that, it gives you specific portions and serving sizes and that kind of thing. DASH stands for dietary approaches to stop hypertension. So if you want to look something up as the most healthy diet, not just the fad diet for losing weight or cutting calories and that kind of thing, look up the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet.
Appreciate the deep dive on those two aspects. When we talk about healthy aging, Dr. Yang, we can't help but also mention how important sleep is. Can you talk a little bit about sleep?
Absolutely. Sleep is important for every age, not just as you get older. Sometimes people think that, as you get older, maybe you don't need so much sleep or it's less important, but that's 100% not true. Sleep is where your brain goes to rest and processes memories and all the things that you did that day. And you need that sleep in order to be restful the next day, to be alert and awake and, avoid falling and be safe and, use your mind to its best capacity. And also, as people age, their schedule might become less structured. And so, napping during the day, irregular sleep schedules, that's something that's very easy of a habit to fall into sometimes. And it becomes more important to make sure you stay on a regular schedule so that your sleep cycle and your sleep schedule also stays regular.
Sleep, we have food, we have exercise. What else?
Well, your emotional health or your social health is also very important, not to mention your spiritual health. All of these things are things to remember too. Your body's not just a physical being, but you also have a mind that is very, very important. So staying connected with friends and family. As people age, a lot of people lose friends and family, and so it can be harder to stay in touch with people and get that sense of connection with others. And that can be really isolating and really tough. So it's really important to, make new friends and keep your old connections strong and make sure you reach out to friends and family and develop those relationships so that they can be stronger later in life as well. Also, spiritual health doesn't mean you have to be religious or go to a church, but having, a way to calm your mind and process things and have a way to be at peace with yourself when tough things happen is very important.
Absolutely. I'm seeing more and more things about how having that social connection especially for older people. More and more studies show how vital that is. I see that almost every few weeks or so. It seems to come up more and more. Anything else that we can put on this list here? We've got diet and exercise. You've talked about that. Social, spiritual health. Anything else before we let you go, Dr. Yang?
Sure. I mean, even just staying safe in this environment that we live in, making sure that the people you surround yourself are good influences on you and your life, staying, just safe from accidental deaths and all the violence that's happening out there, having situational awareness of where you are and who you're with and what's going on, knowing when to, walk away from a fight and how to defend yourself is just so important. I mean, you got to make it to those years in order to have those years. So getting there and preserving your life and knowing how to defend yourself and where to be and putting yourself in the best situations and the safest situations is just so important with everything that we've got going on, especially living here in Memphis.
Yeah, no question about it. Dr. Anna Yang, always appreciate the conversations that we have on the Action News 5 digital desk. This is another good one. The best ways to add quality years to your life. Such a great conversation, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. I want to talk about atrial fibrillation, and we've been talking a lot about that in recent weeks. It's estimated that atrial fibrillation accounts for about 22% of all strokes. Atrial fibrillation deaths are on the rise, with more than half of them occurring in women. And I want to talk a little bit about a clinical trial that's about to be underway with volunteers that are essential for new treatments, and especially the diversity of volunteers. That is also very important as well. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Roxana Mehran. She is an MD and professor of medicine at the Cardiovascular Institute at Mount Sinai School of Medicine. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us on the digital desk. So tell me a little bit about these clinical trials and why they are so important, specifically the diversity of those trials. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrew. And so important that you have this on your program, and I really appreciate it. Atrial fibrillation, acute coronary syndrome, stroke, these are the leading causes of death in men and women across the globe. And having a program that is addressing these by novel therapeutics is incredibly important, and that's the Librexia program. There's going to be enrollment of about 50,000 patients with different conditions. Atrial fibrillation is that irregular heart rhythm that predisposes you to stroke. Acute coronary syndrome, the patients who have a heart attack and a stroke. Of course, everyone knows what that is. And if you are a candidate, it would be great to find out more information about it. Let me just tell you one other thing that's incredibly important, as you said. Our trials, our clinical trials, are the way we examine whether or not these drugs work and how safe they are. And it's very, very important to have diverse patient populations, because once it gets to the drugstore, then the drugs or the devices are available to the masses, and everyone has to be included. So we're very, very diligent, and I believe it's incredibly important that clinical trials need to represent the population that is receiving those therapeutics. So I'm really glad that you're having this on this program today.
Yeah, well, Dr. Mehran, let me ask you about one of those drugs. I believe it's Librexia. Tell us a little bit about it and its influence. By the way, a clinical trial with 50,000 patients. That sounds fantastic to really get some analytical data, right?
Incredibly important. You know, we have done a lot of work over the last 2-3 decades to reduce that burden of disease, reduce recurrent heart attacks, strokes, deaths from these important issues. And there's been great progress, but very, very important. Every time we give a blood thinner, there is some more bleeding, right? We've seen it. And so these are the program is a novel program that is absolutely looking to reduce those events without increasing bleeding.
That's great. That's great. So, so let's talk about this clinical trial process. If someone's watching, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning, Doctor. If someone's watching right now, they think that they may be a candidate for this. How do they go about being a part of the process?
Well, really important and very simple. You just go to the internet and you type in researchincludesme.com. And there you will get information about the Librexia program and a hospital near you that would be enrolling patients in those trials. And I hope that everyone, men and women, especially women and people of color, will absolutely participate in these trials.
Okay, Dr. Roxana Mehran, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and thank you for all the work you're doing with atrial fibrillation to help so many people, the thousands, tens of thousands that are affected by it. We appreciate it.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend if you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain. Same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions. Really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days. 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday. So nice day out there again, more fall-like. With that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast, we'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning. So definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I want to tell you about the University of Memphis Earth Sciences Department. They just received a grant for over $431,000, and it's for measuring and mapping the spatial distribution of chemical elements in the Earth's materials. I want to learn more a little bit about this. It's a great grant, and it's at the University of Memphis. And I'm joined now by Dr. Gary Stinchcomb. He's with the Earth Sciences Department. And Gary, I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. So tell me exactly where this grant is coming from and where it's going to be helpful for research at the University of Memphis. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on the digital desk here. So the funding came through the National Science Foundation, which is a federal organization that funds a lot of basic scientific research in the United States. And the funding, we got the funding for this instrument. It's a micro X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, and as you pointed out, it's very useful for mapping the chemical composition of Earth materials and how that chemical composition varies spatially. And there's a lot of problems in Earth sciences where when we look at the chemical concentration of a material, whether it's a soil or sediment, river sediment, we only know the concentration of that material. We don't really know how it varies spatially. So this instrument will give us this ability to map the spatial distribution of that chemistry down to 5 microns, which, to give you a sense of how small that is, the width of a human hair is anywhere from 17 to like 180 microns. So we'll be able to understand the chemistry at a very small spatial scale.
So, for layman's people all around Memphis and the Mid-South, first off, congratulations on getting such a big grant and for the research and the data that's going to be able to come from this grant. Can you tell us in layman's terms why it's so important to measure and map the spatial distribution of chemical elements in Earth materials? Because, you know, it might be hard to kind of grasp how important it is.
Yeah, let me first give you an analogy. Perhaps that'll help paint a better picture here. Imagine you're living in your house and you want to know how your house works. Traditionally, what we might do as an earth scientist is we might destroy your entire house into a powder and then characterize the chemistry of that powder. And that's informative. But as you know, and as everyone knows, the house has structure. There are rooms, there are walls, there are appliances, and understanding how that material is distributed through space helps us understand how your house works. And so it's something similar, for example, with earth materials, thinking about the soil underneath our feet. The nutrients in the soil are critical for helping plants grow. And we can measure the concentration of those nutrients like phosphorus or calcium. But that only gets us so far. So just like the house, we want to know where that phosphorus or where that calcium is distributed within the soil. And that's going to help us answer questions like, okay, how is the plant acquiring phosphorus or calcium within the soil?
I appreciate that explanation. I was able to follow it very clearly, so thank you for that. So how long is this grant for? How long does it take to research this aspect?
Yeah, so this is an instrument acquisition grant that's going to last for about 3 years. And then we'll report to the NSF on an annual basis on our progress. So it's just a matter of getting the instrument. We're in the process of finalizing the purchase. The instrument should be shipped within a few weeks. And then we'll just start conducting the research. I should add that we also, as part of that $430,000 grant, we acquired some additional funding to help build the beginnings of an institute here, the Institute of MicroXRF, where that funding will support students on campus conducting research with the instrument, but also provide funding for students outside of University of Memphis to come to the university and use the instrumentation. And in addition to that, there's some funding built in there to help with education, in particular, bringing high school students on campus to help them understand how we can use this instrument to help us characterize earth materials.
So that's fantastic. So not only is this a huge research undertaking, but also students that are currently enrolled at the University of Memphis are going to be a part of this. Also, students that are looking at the University of Memphis are going to be a part of it too. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. I think now that we are an R1 institution where we have research at a very high activity, we want the instrumentation that will allow the student to ask deep questions to push the science forward. And I think with this instrument and everything else that's happening on campus, we're headed in the right direction.
That sounds
so thank
great.
you.
Yeah, no worries. So final thing, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk. Anything else you want to mention just to the greater public about this grant, the study, the research, the students involved, anything else?
Yeah, thanks for actually mentioning that, because even though I'm sitting here talking to you about this instrument, I can tell you with a high degree of certainty that there were a lot of people involved in putting this proposal together from the Department of Earth Sciences and CSER on campus. But also there's a lot of administrative support that makes these grants a possibility, from pre-award support coordinators, Emily Bowman, for example, all the way to post-award support. And so there's an infrastructure here with a lot of people helping to make this a reality. And I've got to give thanks to all of those folks.
Dr. Gary Stinchcomb, congratulations once again. Thanks for coming on the Digital Desk and really spelling it out, what this research entails and why it's so valuable, important, and it's great to see that the University of Memphis is leading the charge. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Next month, of course, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and it is something that is helping to bring more awareness to mammograms, making sure that we all make sure that our loved ones and our family members get those checkups needed each and every year. Let's bring in someone to talk a little bit about extended hours for mammograms at St. Francis Hospital. I'm joined right now by Tin Dong. She is the radiology manager at St. Francis Hospital. Good morning to you, Tin. Tell us a little bit about what this means for St. Francis Hospital, the extended hours for mammograms. Is this beginning in the month of October? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. So, everyone is so busy working all the time and thinking about those people. We're going to extend our mammograms hours from 4 to 6 o'clock p.m. every Monday for the whole entire month of October. So you can come out and get your mammograms done after your work.
Okay, great. And is this for St. Francis Hospital in Bartlett and in Memphis?
Yes, sir. So the hours are extended at both campuses. You can call the 901-820-7575 and just let them know which location you want to come and schedule your exams done.
Okay, and so extended hours, what exactly does that mean? Are we talking all day, evening? How far in the evening?
So usually we wrap it up around 4 o'clock, but for the month of October, on every Monday, we will stay and work until 6 o'clock to get everyone accommodated in case they want to get their mammograms done, but they don't have time because we close at 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And we know the annual mammogram exam is so valuable and so important for so many women out there. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of mammograms?
Yes, sir. So, within last year, they changed the guidelines. They are now recommended women to get their mammogram at the age of 40. And then people were like, oh, this is so early. Why at 40 years old? But within the last 2 years, I have 3 friends who are recently diagnosed with breast cancer. One is late 30s and 2 was in their early 40s. And the key to all of this is early preventative, early detection. So if you get your mammograms done early, it's going to be a lot easier in the long run for you.
Okay, so this is extended hours every Monday throughout October from 4 until 6 o'clock in the evening, just to make it available for people who perhaps have jobs and are busy doing other things. They can come to St. Francis Hospital either in Memphis or Bartlett during these extended hours. Anything else you wanted to mention right now before we let you go?
Yes, sir. So, a lot of time women are caregivers in the family. We take care of our parents, our children, and we have so much to do, and we put ourselves behind. So we always say, we'll do it tomorrow, we'll do it next month, and then next time come around, it's next year. But when it comes to breast cancer, tomorrow might be too late. So get your mammogram done, give us a call, we'll take good care of you.
Okay, Dong, excuse me. Thank you so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Valuable information for all women out there, especially in the month of October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, happy Monday out there. Let me give you your first alert to a passing shower chance today. Very minimal out there, but again, still could see some light rain to drizzle in the area. Let's take it through the next 5 hours. Temperature is going to be in the 60s for your mid-morning, into the 70s as we head into your afternoon hours. A warmer day ahead as well. Most of us going to be topping off near 80 degrees, so warmer than the weekend that we've seen. Near 80 here in Memphis, 78 in Holly Springs, 79 in Brownsville, 82 in Tunica, 82 in Helena, West Helena as well. So overall, all of us sitting near 80, partly cloudy skies, but some of us again could see some light rain out there today. Let me take you hour by hour on our latest futurecast. Saw some patchy dense fog this morning dissipating into the mid-morning, so that's some good news, but then we're going to throw in a shower chance into your afternoon. So take a look at this, 3-4 o'clock. A lot of us seeing some peaks of sunshine. I'm thinking eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, seeing some peaks of sunshine this afternoon. However, western Tennessee into northeast Mississippi still has the chance of seeing very light rain to drizzle. A lot like you saw this weekend if you got under maybe a pocket of that light rain. Same story into your afternoon, and a lot of us stick mainly dry today. Those will fizzle out into your evening. Let's shift into your Tuesday. Got any plans on Tuesday morning? Headed out the door early again for work or school, whatever you have going on. Yet again, we could see some patchy dense fog setting up across the Mid-South. So make sure if you're headed on Tuesday morning, be careful out there. Keep your beams on low. Take it slow. Maybe add a few more minutes to your travel time on your Tuesday. As we go into the afternoon, new data coming in, trying to put some rain here in the Mid-South. I think overall, most of us going to be staying very dry and even seeing some sunshine. However, models picking up on some rain, mainly in northern Mississippi into your afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front that we're going to be tracking into play into the evening hours. So tracking out that cold front, again, not bringing widespread rain, but it will bring some better conditions midweek. So let's talk about the next few days first. Monday and Tuesday, very minimal chances for rain. If you get under a light shower, I'm talking less than 1/10 of an inch, just enough to make you have to keep your windshield wipers on a few times. And then we really dry out overall into mid to late week. So that is some good news. That cold front not going to be bringing a lot of rain, but it will bring some drier air into the forecast. So take a look at this into Wednesday, seeing more pleasant conditions. Really nice day, more fall-like out there for your Wednesday, for your second day of October. Then we do start to see muggy conditions come back into the forecast as we head into late week. Let's go over the next 10 days. 80s over the next few today and tomorrow. We'll be in the 70s on your Wednesday. So nice day out there. Again, more fall-like with that cold front in play and that cooler, drier air into the forecast. We'll be in the 50s on your Thursday morning. So definitely feeling fall-like then as you're headed out the door early on Thursday, but a warmer day ahead. We'll be back in the low to even middle 80s to round out your work week. But one thing you'll notice throughout mid to late week, dry. We finally dry out. I know we've seen rain chances in the forecast, dreary conditions. That just won't be the story late week, which is some good news if you're looking forward to some sunshine. As we head into next weekend, temperatures near 80 degrees, dry conditions stick around, and then even 70s return back into the forecast as we head through the extended period. I'm talking into our next work week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. One of the big gems of Memphis is the Memphis Botanic Garden, and we always love checking in with our friends there for various news, events, and goings on. I'm joined now by Daniel Gross. He's the Director of Horticulture there on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and I love the backdrop, Daniel, and I understand there's quite a sale going on. Good morning to you. Tell me about it.
Good morning. Yes, we're getting ready for our fall plant sale. It's one of my favorite times of year. A lot of people don't know fall is actually the best time to plant plants. We want to get people geared up with that spring fever, but in the fall. And we have a ton of stuff here. It's going to be October 11th, 12th, and 13th. You can check our website for details, but on the 11th, that's our members only day. That's 12 to 4. I promise you it's worth the price of membership because you get a 10% discount and first dibs on our plants. And then on Saturday and Sunday, Saturday it's 9 to 5 and Sunday it's 12 to 4. We shifted it to the weekends to give working people a better chance to get here and get good plants. And like it is loaded, it is stocked. I mean, we have beautiful plants like this over like a 2-acre area. So it's pretty fun.
It sounds incredible. I mean, you think about it, you know, Botanic Gardens is one of the most beautiful places in the city. And here is the time to go to a sale for plants there? I mean, what kind of plants are we talking about?
Yeah, anything and everything. I think what's cool about our plants out here at the Botanic Garden is we really try to sell stuff that you just can't get anywhere. Like you go to a big box store, places like that. There's a lot of plants that you can get at a lot of nurseries, but we really worked hard at curating like special plants, cool plants, but they're plants that we know that thrive in the South. And we have them kind of orchestrated by section, so it takes some of the guesswork out. You'll come in and you'll talk to a Memphis Botanic Garden horticulturalist who grew the plant. They could tell you the whole story behind the plant. They can tell you where on our property the plant is. So you get almost an education as you buy the plant, but we've really focused on native plants, rare plants, just that cool stuff that you can only get from us. And we have 2 plant sales a year, the fall and the spring. So we kind of have these 2 weekends where we open up to get just the most unique and fun kind of plants. So there, like I said, there's a plant list online. If I start naming plants, I will just, it'll be like drinking from the fire hydrant. There's so many. But,
No.
if you want, I can highlight a couple of my favorites, the ones that always sell out and why you need to buy them. Would that be okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. This right here is Major Wheeler honeysuckle. Okay, this is a native honeysuckle plant. It's a host plant for, go Google hummingbird moth. If you're watching this thing, it's a host plant for the clearwing caterpillar. I had one of these in my backyard, and we had like 9 caterpillars on it. It was so cool to have my kids come out and see them eating the leaves and grow, and then see hummingbird moths on our property later. Such a cool experience. Not only have a plant, but then see the wildlife that that plant supports in your yard. It just invites your kids to connect with nature. It invites me too. Like, I love seeing it. We get about 100 of these every plant sale, and I swear they sell out the first day. Like, people love them. They have a long, I don't know if you can see the picture on here. I'll hold it up closer. You can Google Major Wheeler honeysuckle, but they have these red tubular flowers. Hummingbirds love anything with the red tubular flowers. So just a super fun plant to bring that back garden to life with wildlife and whatnot. So we love things like that. We have a lot of that stuff here.
I love it. I love it. Of course, we have a hummingbird feeder in our backyard, and we love seeing them all gather around and stuff. So that sounds awesome. So if someone's watching this right now, Daniel, they want to be a part of it, do they have to pay a fee to get into the Memphis Botanic Garden in order to buy some plants? How does it work?
There's no fee to get in. It's really just something we want to do for the community to give them access to this type of plant. The only thing is that first day on October 11th, when we're open from 12 to 4, that is members only day. So you do have to have a membership to get in on that day. But like I said, you get 10% off. It pays for itself on that first day. But the next 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, it's open to the public. You just come in and load up your cart with plants.
That sounds fantastic. Okay, so if there are some people that want to go maybe on a website and just kind of see all the details you just mentioned, what's the website?
It's the Memphis Botanic Garden website. If you just Google Memphis Botanic Garden, it'll come up for you. And then you can search the details for our plant sale. And our plant list of all the available plants is active and on there. So if you want to like do some background research on some of the plants, it's actually really helpful if people come in, and they'll come in with that list, and they're like, I want these plants. Where is it? And that helps us help you find what you need for your yard. We really love that. If you come in with your like yard, you have a picture on your phone and you say, hey, I'm trying to find something for this spot, and you've got the list, we've got someone here that will walk you through. This is what you need for that spot. So that's pretty cool.
Daniel Gross, man, you really sold it. You brought it this morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks so much for the info, and we appreciate it. Best of luck on the fall plant sale, October 11th, 12th, and 13th. We appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The Candlelight Concert Series is set to light up Memphis Brooks Museum of Art in Memphis with some special Halloween-themed shows. Of course, next month, I mean, we're already in October next month. I mean, we're finishing out the last few days of September. Let's talk about these Halloween-themed shows with Deidre Scott. She's a senior project manager with Fever. And Deidre, thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. So tell me about these Halloween-themed shows. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so excited to chat with you, Andrew, about our candlelight concerts and specifically the Haunted Evening of Halloween Classics. We'll be at the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art on the 25th and on the 30th. And people can expect an enchanting concert with some iconic movie soundtracks such as The Addams Family, Beetlejuice, Ghostbusters, The Exorcist, Thriller, and that's not even half of it. It promises to be a fun and spooky night to celebrate Halloween in a unique way.
That sounds really unique. I love those shows and those movies that you mentioned. I mean, that's a great time. So tell me how it works. If someone wants to go on October 25th or October 30th, what do they do?
Yeah, you can download the Fever app on the Google Play Store or Apple Store, or you can head to our website, feverup.com. And once you select Memphis as your city, you could see a wide array of other concerts. We've got a tribute to Lauryn Hill. We've got neo soul favorites with some Prince and Childish Gambino on there. So there's a lot of different things that you can see when you download the app or you head onto the website. And then you could also get your Halloween tickets.
Okay, so then once you get those tickets, then what do? You show up at the Brooks, you go inside, and it's all transformed?
It's a completely unique concert experience. We have transformed, as you said, the concert going experience. We've added visual dynamic dimension with candles and thousands of candles to light up the space. And you'll be hearing renditions of some of your favorite songs on a classical string quartet composition and arrangement. So you can expect to be there for about an hour and hear a little bit more about the history of classical music, the history of some of the compositions, as well as meet some really talented local musicians at the Beale Street Quartet.
Okay, and so this is for you said everybody 8 years old and up. And how much are the tickets?
Yeah, starting price for our tickets are from $10.98, and then we anywhere from $35. And you could also purchase a snapshot photo so that you can get a photo with the amazing enchantment experience with the candles.
So if someone wants to check this out, Deidre, and maybe learn some more about these concerts and the Brooks Museum, is there, you mentioned the website, feverup.com. Is there a link to that on the Brooks Museum website too?
There is, so you can find us there. You could also see us on our secret media network, and it'll have a lot more information there as well.
Tell me why. What was the ideas behind it all?
A great question. So Fever is an experiences platform that's looking to bring new experiences to each and every city that we possibly can. And specifically for Candlelight, we wanted to bring classical music back. So we're trying to democratize that and make it a really local experience so that we're a part of the city's cultural heritage. We're giving visibility to talented local artists and bringing a wide variety of programs to local attendees and meeting the different tastes. You might have heard of these soundtracks on your Spotify playlist or something like that, but hearing them on strings is a totally different auditory experience that we wanted to bring to people and democratize classical music.
So the Addams Family, Beetlejuice, Ghostbusters, Thriller, Exorcist, those kind of things. That sounds spooky, scary, Halloween-like, and it sounds like a good time. How many people are you expecting to attend, Deidre?
We typically sell out the venue, so that is why we're trying to get people to get their tickets as early as possible. You can expect around 200 other people to be with you.
Okay, all right. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go here? This sounds like two great nights at the Brooks Museum.
Yeah, they come dressed up. We love when people come in costume. We love when people enjoy the music and leave reviews and always give us feedback on what we can do better and what you thought was amazing and what you want to see next in your city. So we're just really excited to bring this to Memphis and see what people think.
All right,
Thank you.
Halloween candlelight concerts at the Brooks Museum, October 25th and October 30th. For more information, go to feverup.com or the Brooks Museum website. Deidre Scott, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for letting us know about these very unique concerts, and good luck on those 2 concert dates. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Some of you are getting ready to drop off your son or daughter at college. Perhaps you already did. Well, this morning we have a great interview to focus on maybe some easy ideas, suggestions, and tips for a healthy semester for your kids. Let's bring in our friend from Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner, personal training leader at Lifetime, with a healthy kickstart to the semester for college kids. Kristen, how are you? Good morning.
I'm good. How are you, Andrew? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing well, thank you. So, college students are pretty synonymous with junk food. You know, you have the wings, you got the pizza, you got the beer, all that stuff. Where can we start this semester off and be healthy?
First I want to say there's nothing wrong with an occasional, slice of pizza or the wings or a beverage if that's your preference. Nothing wrong with that, but all things in moderation, right? So I think the most important place to start is to remind kids that the habits that you're forming right now are the habits that you're setting up for life. And if you create a lot of unhealthy habits now through college, those are going to be habits that you're trying to undo as you're coming into your 50s. So setting up some good healthy habits like sleep patterns, going to sleep, getting plenty of sleep, getting plenty of protein, making sure that you're having a decent breakfast, fueling your brain. That's really the best place to start.
Yeah, I bet. So, so if we were to, we all like lists. If we were to kind of do some bullet points and really kind of tell our kids, all right, so for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, here's what, here's a framework you should work with. What do you think?
I could tell you a lot of, here's the perfect place to be, but all in all, if you can look at having a healthy protein and a complex carb, put that together, that would be fantastic, right? But I have a high school student, and she rarely takes the time to sit down and actually eat healthy breakfast. Of course, that means, they're not likely to cook it themselves. It means somebody else has to prepare it for them. So that means for a college student, they either have to have something healthy that's easy to put together and grab and go, or they have to be equipped to be able to make those choices if they're going through a cafeteria. So if you're going through to buy something, to pick something up, that's what I would shoot for, is a lean protein and a complex carb like oatmeal or wheat toast with, with turkey sausage, if you have that as an option. If you're grabbing something to go, I would, which is pretty much what happens at my house, is we have, these awesome shaker cups where you can just add water or almond milk and then use the protein, the all-in-one protein. You just throw in a scoop or 2 scoops as a full serving, and grab it and take it with you.
Is that something that, a guideline that you should have for not just breakfast, but for lunch and something maybe more, I don't know, extravagant for dinner?
100%. Of course, that depends on the student and it depends on their schedule. Some people will be, sleeping a little bit later. Their first meal of the day might be more around lunchtime, and that's okay. But, when I was in college, I studied Nancy Clark. At the time, she was one of the leading sports nutritionists. And she said the meal for athletes was peanut butter and jelly. So I would make literally, whole wheat toast with, a natural like almond butter or peanut butter, if that's your preference. Just find an organic peanut butter, and instead of using jelly, I would just use sliced strawberries. So something like that to make sure that it's balanced, not just all carbs. It's going to make you feeling slow and sluggish within a couple of hours. Protein without the presence of carbs, you're going to lack some of the energy that you need. So yeah, I think that would apply to pretty much any meal. If dinner, say, is the time where you have the most time to be able to sit down and actually process that or enjoy time with other people, then you could choose something that's got a little more calorie content to it, and be cautious about not taking on too much right before you go to bed. But the same thing, you could do, a chicken breast with a side of vegetables.
I love it. You're making me hungry right now. Thanks a lot. What about the mental health? Because we know that a lot of college students, they can feel a little bit stressed, especially around exams and finals and that sort of thing. I would suspect that exercise is the key to that reduction of stress levels, right?
I'm so glad that you said that. It's a vicious cycle, when we don't move and then you eat poorly, or you eat, calorically dense foods that are not quite as good for you. You have this vicious cycle. You start to feel lazy, and then you don't feel like moving. But first, motivation and discipline come after you start. So after you get going, then you feel more motivated. And after you've done that 2 or 3 times, then discipline starts to come on. But it's when you move, you're able to get feelings out of your body, so to speak, so that you're not harboring emotions and stress. I remember when I was in college, I would study on the Stairmaster. So sometimes you just have to find little ways to get it in, but it does help to keep the stress levels down, and it also helps you sleep better.
What about when it comes to supplements? A lot of times college students don't get much sleep. They don't have much recovery time. Maybe, they're planning and prepping for an exam, and they need, maybe some more focus or some more enhancement, maybe more energy levels. What do you recommend?
Mm-hmm. At Lifetime, we recommend to everybody our foundational 5. So at the bare minimum, you want to make sure that you're getting foundational nutrients in your body. So that's through your multivitamin, right? We have quality products that you can read all about at lifetime.life. But in the foundational 5, we have our multivitamin, the D3K2, your omega-3s that will help, brain health, that magnesium that will help you to, focus on gut health and get plenty of sleep. But in addition to that, supplements like your protein, you could use a protein supplement like your protein powder. You could use it in your shake in the morning, but you could use it, in yogurt to help bring your protein up. So I'm an advocate for supplements. Also, if you think about things to have on hand as you go throughout the day, if you need something that's quick and easy to grab, like some of my favorites, this is a Built Bar. I'm a fan of anything coconut, so I really like to have that kind of supplementation on hand also.
Look at you with all the props and everything. I mean, that is that is visual right there. Kristen, thank you. Anything else that we can offer advice to some of those kids that are about to start their college semester, or perhaps their parents out there that are watching?
Absolutely. One thing I will say is my 2 big takeaways. I'm a little bit past college, but I still remember how pivotal it was. I was a trainer back in college, and I remember working with other students that were just busy and had crazy schedules. And one thing I emphasized to everybody is just meal prep. Same goes for all of us every day. If you can set aside just one day, there's simple ways to meal prep some food. I could go on and talk about food for days, but if you find your favorite things that are easy to put together, set aside some time on a Sunday and meal prep for 3 or 4 days, whether it's cooking multiple chicken breasts or putting together some kits where you can make a wrap on the go or something like that. Your nutrition is always going to be better if you can make it yourself, if you can make it at home in your kitchen versus something that it has been on a shelf for a few days. So start with that. Second is get some movement in. However that movement is, if you can walk for 10 minutes 3 times a day, that's fantastic. And then seek out some help. Reach out to us at Lifetime. We can help set up a nutrition plan. We can teach you how to meal plan. We can help you get some movement in. I have clients that I virtually coach with. So there's never a perfect solution for every single human. It's unique to each individual, but you can be successful if you put the attempt to it.
Kristen Skinner, personal training leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. We appreciate your time as always on the digital desk. Thanks very much. Andrew Douglas, we are always trying to look for optimal mental health and looking for different ways, maybe different hacks, lifestyle changes, that sort of thing. Well, there is some new research out there that suggests that connecting with your spiritual side may be the answer to optimal health. Let's bring in someone to talk more about that aspect to it. I'm joined now by Renee Dillard. She is the Director of Community Behavioral Health for Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Renee, good morning to you. So tell me more about spiritual well-being and that connection to optimal mental health. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. It's wonderful to be with you today, and I appreciate the opportunity for this good conversation. Especially over the past few years, during and coming through the COVID-19 pandemic, we find ourselves in a season where we can imagine that really every person we meet is dealing with something. I think that experience of the pandemic in many ways revealed some realities about our mental health and then exacerbated some symptoms related to mental health. One unexpected gift of that season is that while stigma is still present related to mental illness and mental health concerns, we are more open talking about it. And I think that includes within our faith communities as well. So while that stigma is still present, our faith communities are a wonderful place to have that conversation. And there is more and more awareness now that many of the religious life practices and spiritual practices that have been present really for millennia now are also good for our mental well-being too. Our religious life is a place where we are really grounded and anchored in some of our shared values. And when I say values, I really mean just focus on what is meaningful for us, what is most important and what matters for us. And those spaces also help us keep moving in that direction towards what is meaningful and towards what matters the most.
So Renee, I mean, here we are, we're smack dab in the middle of the Bible Belt, and there are plenty of people, I'm sure, saying right now, of course, yes. I mean, in order to find that optimal mental health, you need to have that spiritual side, and you need to make it a priority in order to find it. What does that look like exactly? And what kind of studies suggest that spirituality is the key to mental health?
One that was interesting that came out fairly recently was through the Fetzer Institute. And I'll preface this by saying that there is evidence that some of our religious membership, like in a church or a synagogue or mosque, may be waning for some of the organized religious paths that we've had to us. And yet that part of who we are is still alive and vibrant and well. This Fetzer Institute study came out in 2023, coming out of the pandemic, and revealed that 88% of Americans still practice at least one spiritual or religious practice at least one time per week. And you mentioned here in Memphis, we have a strong and vibrant faith community here. We see evidence of that often. And even the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, recognizes the preventive and proactive factors that are connected with religious and spiritual life, helping to bolster our mental health as well. In many ways, I think that comes for a couple of reasons. One, a lot of those practices are grounded in community and connection. And we also know of late, there's been a lot that's been reported and said about what's almost an epidemic of loneliness in our society. And faith communities are a place to dispel that loneliness. It's a place for us to connect and to support one another throughout life's highs and lows. And then the personal practices that are connected with spirituality and with religion, practices of prayer and meditation, of contemplation, of silence, and then our shared practices of worship together, outreach and service together. All of these practices help foster good spiritual health and well-being, and they also impact our mental emotional health. we think of our health in a compartmentalized way, like what do I need to do to be physically healthy and whole? What do I need for my mental, emotional health? What do I need for my spiritual health? And yet we are also one person and one body. So just as the things that I do for my physical health, like good exercise and nutrition, benefit my mental health, the same is true for our spiritual health and well-being. Those practices, especially even the small practices over time, help keep us centered and grounded and give us a sense of connection and belonging.
So let's spell it out for people out there who may be tuning in and watching us and saying, okay, I need more mental health stability in my life. I need better mental health. I want to start this journey with getting first my spiritual mental health and my spirituality correct. How do they begin this process? And spell it out for them, maybe some bullet points.
Thank you. I think one thing to remember is that many of us are connected to a faith community, perhaps a particular church or synagogue, mosque, some other community of faith. And yet, whether we are connected in that way or not, we are all spiritual beings. So finding ways to foster that sense of meaning and connection in our life through what can be small practices done with great intention. So it could be a moment of meditation and prayer daily. It could be recognizing that I do miss being part of a faith community and seeking out a community where there is good mutual support within that space, a space where when the losses of life happen, as they will, we're not alone in that, and we have people to guide us. So starting small and then building on those practices will yield great benefit.
Well, I think there's a great benefit for our audience this morning. Great conversation, Renee Dillard. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, that does it for our Digital Desk today. From 7 to 11 each and every weekday morning, we're wrapping it up. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter and Eric Brill. They'll take you through the next hour with all the latest news headlines and your forecast, not only for today, but for the rest of the week and the weekend and beyond. Lots of sunshine out there. That's welcome news. After so many days of rain, we're going to be looking forward to that. And then join me bright and early once again tomorrow morning for another edition of the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Again, we go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. It is our streaming channel on actionnews5.com, all of our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And if you just want to watch us on television, you can go to digital channel 5.3, the Action News 5 Plus channel, or channel 907 on Xfinity. Have a wonderful afternoon.